Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
The cosmic flight systems is one of the steps that will bring maturity to it. And we especially set up to do this in past 4 or 5 weeks. And now it's been set up primarily that is ready to be adopted, to be part of the operation of what we call cosmic flights. As we have finished with your flight testing people, your mobile people are the only ones which go through this process. Those of you who signed up to become mobile, now we ask you, those of you who want to be into what we call the moon and the space development, you'll become gradually involved. We'll bring you in the way we brought, the way you came, the way we interacted with you, the mobile, what we call passengers, will be brought in, moved from one place to another, and gradually we establish a new flight system, new arrival system, because you don't fly anymore. You arrive at the destination. This is part of what we call progressive development of the knowledge for us to be. When I walked into the system this week, it was amazing what I could see. When I walked in and I felt the field forces of it, it was amazing how much, how deep I could feel to not the essence of the physicality, but to the essence of the soul. Mankind is ready to take that a step up. And as I said, the new system's getting finished, hopefully in next 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, depending what our people do. We'll start the mobile system transmutation. As I said, our first passenger has been chosen. We have moved certain things to position in Austria that we can deliver, we can go through the process. Then we inform you as a mobile, what we call test people, what you need to do. We ask you clearly what you need to do, where you want to go, and what you have to do before we move. You live in Los Angeles and you want to be in Tehran. You have to follow a process, and systematically we get you deregistered in the United States with American Customs, and we enter you into territory of Iran in hand of the Iranian authorities. You want to go to Japan, it's the same. You want to come from Beijing to Austria, it's the same. Till we establish a system that the governments feel free with a movement. the biggest enemy, the biggest block for us coming to this point will be the government trying to control, trying to keep hold, trying to confine. There is one guarantee we will give. Anyone who enters these systems and anybody comes out of these systems will be peaceful, will not be an addict, will not be an alcoholic, and will never commit a crime. This is the cornerstones of the new development of the new technologies. Step by step, we have to, in a way, gain the confidence of what we call different part of this planet, in each other, and in that process, that we don't rely on world leaders. As I said to the American officials a few days ago, which of the world leaders you want to bring in to stop the mayhem? You don't need to take them to The Hague and go to rigorous ways of months and years of court. We want the world leaders, we move the world leaders to where, not the Americans, but where the society as a whole sees them to be fit to be there. Do we need to move the head of the states, which are what we call unjust, to a position of for them to be standing to their soldier position and return them back to their position? No man, no depth of this planet and universe is far away from our control and movement. The reality of the knowledge and the way we will touch will be shown in the coming weeks and months. As some of you know, we have started the shipment of the Universal Enhancement Units as of this month. And this is parallel to what is being achieved and what is going to be done. 6 units are getting set up to go to Arizona. 3 units will end up in the Keshe American, what we call center in Germany. And then the production, which already be paid for the materials, the assembly of will start in December and in January. And we start delivering what we call the enhancement units as we have started this. We'll see, we understand, and we process the whole technology in one go. I hope humanity is ready for the change to come. And I hope humanity can understand the change that we bring. And I hope sooner than later, the world governments come to agree that we need to govern as one nation to be able to be governable. Otherwise, there is no way on this planet that you can hide and duck. Development and delivery of the what we call cosmic systems, which can contain the conditions of man's life in the universe, is in the process of completion. We can change keep the dimension of the cosmos fields as it is for all the universe, and change the parameters inside to the earth level, to the level of the fields of a dog, a man, a tree. You want to feel how a tree feels? Now, with the completion of the dimension of cosmic space, in a way to hold on to get everything done, is possible. You wanted to know how it feels to be from another point and place in the universe. You change the environment inside the gravitational field string and the heartbeat and the condition of the field forces of the gravitational magnetic field of the position and time and the space, you will arrive there instantaneously. As I said, many of you came at the beginning, and I repeated that many times, when you said you went to the depth of the ocean, when the first knowledge seekers came and said they could feel the moon and they could pick up the stones, we didn't laugh. We just learned from you how far our technology is correct. You can feel. Now we have to give you the physicality. Physicality could not be confirmed on the moon and Mars because we don't have the cosmic ray levels that it could support the life on the moon. Now we can. Now we have. And very soon, as I said to our colleagues in NASA, you choose. We'll take you there. And this is the understanding of the totality of knowledge of the creation. In the bandwidth of the strength of the life of the man in the dimension of the soul, we have the dimension fields of the universe and the universe. We didn't know. As we didn't know that our soul is in the center of our body, now we can move to that position instantaneously. It's for man to understand the dimension of the field forces of his creation, and for man to understand the power that this new technology will give to them. Man will live for thousands of years, millions of years on the planetary Earth dimension and size. We'll try to explain this in more detail, that gradually in the next 4 or 5 weeks, those of you who have registered for what we call mobile system, to be prepared to move. We don't want to bring you here to Austria. After the first 2 or 3 trials, we want you to appoint a place and a time on this planet. And then we move you. Then we put you there and then. And we allow you to be in that position. And you have to be prepared that whatever you receive at point of arrival, you have to accept, because that was your wish. You live in the cold places in Canada, and you wish at that time to be in California or Florida with your son or your brother. You will end up suntanned, perfect American accent, and with the clothes to be on the beach, which your soul chooses to be to cover itself. It will be very interesting. How many of you will make an appointment with your brother or your lover in the deep oceans, in a submarine, and how many of you will go in the depths of the caves to see if I can be seen, I can be taken through the earth materials? Test us. The only thing is, be careful. Part of your leg will be on the top of the mountain and the rest of you down in the cave. It will be fantastic to see how fast you generate the leg you missed on top of the mountain. But this is now a reality, as the Frenchman felt the push of the soul, of the physicality of the journey. I, as I always say, welcome you to the new world of science, technology, and understanding of the creation of life on this planet. And I hope we'll see the end of all the miseries and mayhems of the human race.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for July 20th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick, and along with each and every one of the participants. This is a roundtable meeting. We're all learning to crawl and walk and jump. But again, I think we have to study the alphabet a little more. But on the other hand, much of this is being gifted to us in a way. We've been struggling with the time and so on and so forth. But I think they're setting certain parameters and positions and possessions within this system that allows you to achieve more than you can achieve on your own. I call it system assist, but it's again, I think the fun has just begun. And of course, this video that we just watched, I believe it was from at least 4, perhaps even 5 years ago. I'm not sure. I think this is the first exhibition center in Linz, but I'm not sure. There was no timestamp in there. But again, you can see the progression and what we're up to now, starting by processing certain individuals individually or even together, expanding that system continues. And now we're into the, in a way, mass teachings in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And that's part of what we'll cover today, to see if anyone had any new experiences or experienced anything different or what has changed. We'll play a testimonial on that. But before we go any further, and we encourage your participation as always, again, nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right. So we respect your understanding of the knowledge, because we're all growing into the knowledge at different speeds and different strengths. But as usual, before we go any further, let's reconfirm our ethos. Remember, we're bringing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language to this planet. Again, it's not the first time this has happened in the universe. And apparently this is part of the work of universal teachers, uniting those who have sort of been put in the back room for whatever reasons, to reunite in a way with the larger family. And of course, the larger family is looking forward to working or sharing with us as well. But this idea of killing and peace and elevation and so on and so forth is all part of the ethos. And apparently, if we're holding certain positions, we actually we won't be accepted into the larger universe, as I understand it. So we're all going through a process, again, starting slowly with a few individuals, moving up to more and more people being processed, let's say in the workshops, and then of course igniting these satellite souls, perhaps. I know he talked about plasmatic satellites, that everyone can be touched in a way, even though they don't fully understand the technology, but the soul is being matured. This is the bring a maturity level, a further maturity level to the man or the soul of the man. So this is our World Peace Treaty, and this again is a document you can find on the Keshe Foundation website or any of the search engines. And it's part of the ethos where we're moving away from killing and destruction to elevation and, in a way, accommodation, if we could put it that way. And if anyone would like to read the World Peace Treaty, again, it's a document between more or less you and yourself. And as you become more peaceful, you can then spread that peace across the city, the town, the state, the nation, across the world, and across the unicos. Maybe some of these beings in the universe have that feeling of superiority. They've always considered man to be an insignificant dust, but now with the upgrades that we're going through on this planet, we've become significant dust. And again, not to abuse anyone or be superior to anyone, but to share what we have understood about this technology. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? This is the document the world leaders will sign, religious leaders will sign. Maybe they won't sign it with a pen, but maybe they'll sign it with the pen of their soul. It's not necessarily as we have to do it in the matter state. As we understand, we're trying to, in a way, move away and open up this dimension of energy, even with our thoughts, where we can control certain things or certain emotions and create so many different things right within us. As we heard, that all of this man exists and operates in the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the man. And this is something we've never understood. We thought we had to go out, but really it's all within if we can open and match some of these fields. But we need to be peaceful. And of course, we only think about the wars of man against man. But Mr. Keshe was very succinct in what he told us about this, our proclivity for killing other creatures and taking their energy to sustain ourselves. And in a way, that's a sort of harvesting that Alex likes to talk about. And we don't need to do this, as we're made in the image of the Creator. And the Creator doesn't kill any of its creation to exist, or to take their energy, or to release the soul prematurely. And we feel we can actually accomplish that we can enjoy the beauty of something rather than the destruction and the taking of its energy. So this is part of the ethos, the new science, the new ethos, and the new language, to become that peaceful person, that we don't need to steal anything from anyone. We have everything we need, and this is why we don't see war in the universe, because they create everything they need out of their wishes. Although I think they're maturing as well, but they certainly understand more than we do in the matter state of affairs. And some of the entities are also have never taken on the matter state dimension and can do quite a number of other things. They're very impressive. So this is our World Peace Treaty, very simple one-page document, but it has a lot of meaning, and it's all about what it means to you and not what I say it's supposed to mean to you. So we, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our soul. Simply put your name and sign it, the date. Again, on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed. And of course, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So feel free to download it, print it out, share it, and again, you can elevate others to start to understand that yes, we can reach this peaceful position, that we can enter the universal community. And of course, there's systems being built and being perfected to allow us to achieve much more than we ever could have imagined. Anyone want to make any comments on our World Peace Treaty? Perhaps we can just share a little bit about the 599th workshop. Would anyone like to share anything about this workshop? Again, this seems to be a very interactive workshop where people are wearing headphones and they're experiencing different changes. This is the second week, I think, in a row, perhaps with the new system. And we're hearing some reports, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But what was the overall workshop about? Maybe we can just switch over to this workshop if we can. And we're going to listen to the announcements first, but again, more and more enlightenment, but I think it's being gifted to us in so many ways. In the past, Mr. Keshe said, we'll handle everything in the background. All you lot have to do is listen. And I was wondering, how could that be possible? I mean, we still have to do some things on our own, but yet they're creating and setting different times and sort of locking in the position and locking in the place, and then elevation of the possession, which to me is the soul of the man. And when this gets elevated, many, many things, and I think they're using this cosmic radiation. He talked about that quite a bit. So we're bringing man to a level of maturity and to try to move away from this level of killing we've been involved in. As I say, we think of killing, and I always have as well, as just another person, and this is not accepted by the society, as we know. But I never thought that we had a war or I was killing any other sort of entities. Yes, maybe I felt bad when I took a moth and put it in a spider's web, and I thought I was, in a way, helping the spider to enjoy his next meal. But again, we need to understand that we don't need to interfere with any of that and releasing souls and becoming part of this. And again, it's for each one of us. And this is, again, a very uncomfortable, in a way, subject, because according to the holy books, at least in the Christian era, we've been given dominion over all the creatures of the earth and the sea and the skies and the rest of it. So we're quite in a superior position. So taking their energy by killing them and eating them, we always thought was acceptable, but apparently this is not acceptable behavior, and there's a better way to do it. As we understand, the Creator doesn't kill any of its creation to exist, and if your soul is the soul of the Creator and vice versa, then we can achieve the same. But yet it seems a little bit difficult because we're so heavily weighted on the matter state of the understanding, or the matter state of the energy. So time is still puzzling all of us, but in this last workshop, again, there's been more testing, and we've heard from some testimonials from people. I don't know if anyone wants to share it, but we'll share one of the ones, I think, from the Brazilian team. And we heard the previous Friday in the previous workshop, not last Friday, but the one before, there were many people who were touched in a way by these energies. And this is the way it will get expanded to touch the entire human race in one go. And then, of course, the animals will probably come next in a different way. So we're still trying to understand this, this matter of time, or matching these two times in the physicality and the soul. But he seems to indicate, Mr. Keshe, that is, or the team, that they can actually fix the time, as I was saying earlier. So we're changing the energy balance, and we're elevating the possession, the amino acid strength, or the soul strength, as I'm understanding, just with energies or radiation energies, cosmic radiation. This is what he's talking about. I don't think the cosmic rays themselves, as we know, the rays become fields. And I think we need this radiation field to come in proximity with whatever needs to be changed. And this can be done remotely, as we're all starting to find out, where they change this energy balance somehow in the background. Again, we don't know the details of how this is done, but we certainly can feel some of the changes, perhaps in you as an individual or other people you've worked with. The Chinese are calling for a redefinition of this physics. I know Mr. Keshe is going to allow them to create a ton of gold per year, and of course it'll be made out of the fields. It won't be mined. So perhaps there'll be some sort of conference or international grouping of some who want to address how is material made out of the fields. And this is where we have to change the science from the matter state. But so many scientists are so arrogant, this is not an easy process. But when they start to see the results, whether it's in the energy production, the feeding, the space travel, or the other ones, I think they're going to come on board rather quickly. Otherwise, they'll be relegated to the riding on the donkey, where the others have the jumbo jet and the UFO. So gradually, slowly, collectively, I believe we're all moving into this. And then he said, we can create these children of Mitra. I remember in one of the recent workshops, he said this idea of Mitra is more or less symbolic. It's just the Creator interacting with his, or fields interacting, and I know he said that about the knowledge, or we're looking for a Messiah, but actually it's not a man, it's actually the knowledge that's being shared with us is the Mekti or the Messiah. So perhaps it's the same way with Mitra, that this energy is allowing us to be more curious about ourselves and the creation and want to explore more about that rather than the score of the last soccer game or who got injured or who did well. And perhaps this is a part of that whole work. And he also talked about finding this time between you and your creator, that it's some sort of isotope of hydrogen, but again, the creator is within you. And we know that the creator as the soul of the man. And this is the time that we need to find or match that isotope of hydrogen. But again, I think it's all happening through the system just by listening. And of course, we have been listening to the workshops, and I've always said we're being processed just by sharing the soul of the speaker of these workshops. And now it's going even deeper than that, I think, or perhaps an enhanced way where the system is actually, the fields are touching you. Remember when we used to see the universal body enhancement spaceship unit and the body laying inside it, and we could see the fields going around it, sort of in a circle or back and forth, maybe clockwise and then counterclockwise. This is the interaction of the cosmic ray radiation, I'm thinking. I could be way off, but this is what I'm thinking. It's just not one ray, it's a collection of rays of similar strength. And I believe this is what we call cosmic radiation. And this can change positions and also change times, but yet you're still in the same location. And as he said, we're all connected to this tree of life, or this tree of creation. So this is another beautiful understanding. We don't have to try to connect. We're already connected. And this is where when we use our cell phones, obviously I'm not connected to someone I want to speak unless I call them. But as we move into the zero-time communication, I think we can interact across this planet and across the universe if we understand it, that we are all connected. Maybe the person is busy at the time, but we know the connection is there. So we're, as he said, we're teaching for the universe and not the man. And perhaps the universe has to understand this as well, because not all creatures have reached this level of transmutation. As we've heard, if they understood, the ones in the UFOs, if they understood the way the creator travels, maybe they do understand it, but they haven't been able to actually apply it. They wouldn't be in the ship. So that's a very good test. They're still operating in the matter state and probably have a lot of the emotions that we have, and some of the diseases as well created out of these emotions. And maybe the cosmic rays or energies in the universe have affected them when they haven't totally perfected shielding and so on. But we know we'll have to do this in the future time, that we don't run into these energy packs, which could cause again, emotional imbalances of a captain or its passengers on a ship. And that was going to be demonstrated in the Vienna conference, but unfortunately, I think they sort of crossed Mr. Keshe off the list. And as we've heard, perhaps the structure and the society is not quite ready at that level to receive this. We don't know why. I believe the conference went on, but apparently the guest speaker that I wanted to see was not allowed to present. And this is not unusual, as there's a lot of blocking going on in the background. We saw that with the Chinese, of course, where their leading scientists said this is a disruptive technology. It doesn't match our current understanding, and advising the government not to go with it. Well, I think this has all been addressed now, or some of it has been addressed in China, as they're working quite closely and moving much of their work, I think, into China. Not to give China any advantage over anyone else. As he said, this idea of superiority, this idea of arrogance leads to huge, huge problems. We've seen it in Iran, and now Mr. Keshe is saying watch out for it in China, that they don't become so full of themselves that the head won't even fit through the door of the laboratory. So he's saying we need to be humble as we approach this whole knowledge. And of course, we've learned that lesson from Mr. Keshe when he comes into some of these meetings. He's always said he puts himself lower than everyone else in the meeting, which is hard to understand as he's carrying the totality of the knowledge. But this is how I believe the Creator operates, small, humble, weak, and a giver. As we understand, the Creator only has his knowledge and his love, or his giving ability. So yes, teaching for the universe and not the man, and not to be superior than the others. And this is another lesson we need to learn. What else? Is there something else? And they're going to continue to teach more about the time in the future. And we're being, in a way, fattened, as he said, with knowledge. But we're not fattening the physicality. We're actually elevating the soul of the man, maturing the soul of the man, and create that new race of man just through energies. So we change the time within us. And he said that we set the time, not you. And this is what he said about the transmutation. He said, we don't need you to decide on transmutation. We decide to transmute you. So I'm thinking this is going to be very similar to the magravs, where he taught about the magravs for years, but nobody seemed to get it. Now he's taught about this transmutation for probably about 3 years, but yet no one has seemed to achieve it. So I think you'll be using the system of the Keshe Foundation initially to transmute. As we know, the borders have not been eliminated. So they'll be transmuting people through the system, and you may not be able to do it on your own, although as you work with these systems, it will become ingrained within you at a certain point. So I think, as we saw with the transmutation, moving from a group setting to a captain and passengers, as he said, it's easier to transmute 7 than 7 billion. And this is the way it will go. I think we'll be using the systems to transmute, at least initially, until things or the governments catch up and they lose their lack of trust and losing their populations, let's say. Anyone else want to bring anything else about this workshop? And there was, again, so many enlightening points that it's hard to just cover it in a few minutes here. But this new definition, this quantum definition, and I think we all should be very familiar that the quantum is just a cover for the Keshe plasma technology to create a separation. But apparently some in China have gotten sort of tangled up in this, and even the authorities have caught on, and apparently there was some sort of problem for these people that wanted to play the quantum game rather than the plasma game, at least in China. But of course, we've heard books being written like String Theory and others, and they all talked about quantum and this other sort of where everything is connected, but they're calling it quantum. And Mr. Keshe has told us numerous times that the quantum is just another cover for the Keshe plasma technology. So we can see there's a lot of undercover things going on. And as he said, we're bringing peace under the cover of the Keshe Foundation. So I guess two can play that game. And this is what it's all about. Bringing man to that peaceful, permanent position, as well as all the inhabitants on this planet, that we can start interacting with others who are very peaceful and not being superior or looking for an advantage, as they say in one of the movies. It's always good to have an advantage. But again, we're here to serve and not to be served. And I think that is the advantage, the elevation of the soul to serve is becomes the key, not a throne in the physical life. So we have still quite a bit to learn about this whole process, but again, it's between you and yourself and your understanding of how much of this banana or onion you want to peel, let's say, as you get closer and closer to understanding yourself, the creation, and the totality. Anyone want to add anything? Please do. But he did say the creation in the 598 of when they were using is very close to the creation of time. And of course, there's monthly transmutation sessions that are being offered in the Keshe Foundation store that will help the team and the Keshe Foundation develop the system. And you may receive some gifts out of that whole process. As we understand it, more and more people, I think, are being quite curious about this whole idea of transmutation. And we know we're doing many transmutations unconsciously, and some of them are actually conscious as well. Like we wish somebody would call us, and they do. Or we wonder how we absorb all the energy we absorb, and this is a transmutation process that's going on 24 hours a day within us. We've never understood it. I always thought everything I eat was the total amount of energy that I'm bringing in. But as we've been explained, if that was the case, we'd have to eat from sunrise to sunset, and it still wouldn't be enough. So the creation has given us this 80% by default. And now what I think in the Keshe Foundation is we're going to maybe move it up to 81% and then 82 and 83 and 84 and 85. So with these systems, this is what we're allowed to do. We'll absorb more and eat less or kill less. And I think we'll have a much more productive, enlightening, and realize that we can exist without some of the things we thought we needed for sure. And again, changing this whole idea of what is killing. Is it just another man, or is it any of the creatures that we come across? Why can't we enjoy their beauty without having to destroy them and take their energy, or just destroy them for perhaps the fun of it, as some like to do? Any thoughts? Anyone want to make any comments? Has anyone been touched recently by any of the interactions? Hello?
Yeah, so this is Mosfeg.
Oh, hello.
Hello. So, yeah, so you brought up something about the fields around us, some flowing, some in sort of some sort of rotation, clockwise, counterclockwise. So one of the things is that for us to become aware of is that there are fields flowing all the time around us in different ways. So, given that's the situation, so do they help us to do things, or do they prevent us to do? So, this is something we are these fields, most of them we don't interact with, but some we do. And what are these some fields? What do I mean by these some fields? Like there are some fields that we possibly interact. A person I'm talking to, it's a field interaction. Now, when there is interaction, sometimes we choose to interact. So fields are flowing, but we have to decide which fields we interact with. And this is something that we tend to be not as conscious about it, but in a way, what we are being exposed to and what we are learning these days is that these fields of different strengths, we can choose to interact. It's not that we are not interacting, but we have to choose which one to interact with to achieve whatever we want to do. So this is something, a very different way of looking at it. Instead of being blown in different directions by the fields, we become conscious of choosing to interact with it or not to, and choose not to interact with it. You know, some negative information that's circulating in the web. We can interact with them in a sense that we can get upset about it and feel the stress and so forth and so forth. And, you know, the, what do you call it? The downhill process becomes obvious after that. But we can choose to put up a shield such that these fields, we are aware of it, we know enough of it, but we don't interact with them. So given that situation now, given the situation as it's happening on the planet now, we also have the choice of connecting to the high strength fields that led to these events and alter the course of the events by changing the time. And that is also done consciously. We think that we can do it, but why not? So this is something that we don't tend to think about while interacting with the fields around us. You know, we are beginning to do practice with our own physicality, not eating, and correcting health issues in ourselves, in others, and helping others. These are all what I would call practice of consciously engaging field. And these are things we are not used to. So becoming conscious or becoming aware. And how do we become aware of it? By practicing it, of course. So, you know, we listen to people's testimonials, and that gives us a hint, well, I can extend my experiments in this direction. You know, energy transfer happens in many different ways, through our skin, through our breathing. Are those under our control? We can test it. Stop our breathing. So if, as soon as I say that, let's stop our breathing, that doesn't sound like a promising thing, right? Because, you know, we won't survive if we don't breathe. But have we tested? You know, we can test for a little bit and see, well, I'm stopping my breathing for quite a bit of time. And with the assumption, with actually the real events of transferring energy. The breath is doing the transfer of energy. But if we, instead of using the air, we can do the same energy transfer using cosmic energy directly. Is it possible? Can we test it? See, this is something, and this effect on time and the time aspect. So I'll go to something very mundane to talk about time. This is the thing we call resistance in the wire as we pass electricity. So we think of resistance as, you know, the current is flowing and something is creating some kind of putting up some barriers and And as a result, there is energy loss in terms of heat, some friction there. We have all kinds of explanation along this line. But let's look at it in a slightly different way. The current is a magnetical field source. That means it's going away. So something is there to prevent this flow, which is the resistance. We call it resistance. But knowing what we know about plasma science now, we can think of it as a gravitational, that is the field that is towards us, which is preventing the magnetical, which is somehow it's a close match, so it can interact with each other. And that's why we have this phenomena we call resistance. It's essentially a gravitational field flow interacting with the magnetical to slow things down. So if we change, let's say we use copper for our material of transmission, we can use aluminum, but there the resistance is higher. So we can, and the time is going to be different here. It's not going to be the same because there is more push coming from the other way. The current won't go, although the variation will be minute compared to what we can measure, because it's current is going really fast by our normal measuring standard. But if we have sufficiently delicate instrument, we can do it. So this is the thing. Time is related to the interaction of gravitational and magnetic. And Mr. Keshe specifically talked about it in the last Knowledge Seeker workshop. This is something I mean, because I thought about these things for a while, and why this, and if you look at the curve, the RC, those who know about electrical engineering, if you see the curve, the what you call it, the decay of the current decay, and the curve that we plot in when we do experiments, and you see the curvature of the curve being shallow or steep depending on the resistance that is there. So this gives us, so the decay property of the field, we can see that it is, in some cases it's faster, and if we increase the resistance, it slows down. Resistance is nothing but a generation of what is the eddy current in electrical engineering. We know about this phenomena, but we kind of ignore it. But so this is, and this phenomena is as valid in the interaction within our wire as it is valid in our interaction with the fields that are flowing around us. We can see some of them affecting us and preventing us from doing things, some of them helping us to, push like a wind on the sail kind of deal. That's the same kind of magnetical flow in the similar direction helping us. So these kind of phenomena, so time is, so, when there is wind blowing on the sail, we move faster. So our time to traverse the distance, we call it speed, but actually the time is being compressed. We can look at it that way too. We don't think, so we are compressing the time of our travel from a certain point to another point. And it depends on the interaction of the gravitational and magnetical. So we can add to the magnetical, we can add to the gravitational to slow things down, and so forth. And so these are some of the things we can play with. And once we reach the destination, we can use the gravitational to come back to the source. So this is also possible. So instead of matching with the magnetical, we can switch to the gravitational. And they're separated by the carbon-14 or the cosmic ray. Now, can we adjust the separation? Yes, we can. If we use gold, we can do more separation because gold is 14 times 14. So it has a relationship with the cosmic ray. So things like that we can use. We have to understand the field separation a little better and how to adjust it and all that. But in time, we'll get to that, and Mr. Keshe is going into details about these things. So the field separation, we just have to make this transition of 1/2 of cosmic ray 14 to the gravitation, and then we come back. So these are things Mr. Keshe mentioned. I'm just adding a little bit more detail to it, which is also have been discussed in other places in the Knowledge Speakers Workshop. I'm just assembling all of these together to put it in a package as I'm talking. So, so this is these are some aspects of the understanding that we can move towards, and in doing so, we can enhance our experiments, and with an understanding that these are the things, these are the possible things we can explore in our experimentation. So, mundane things like that we are used to, like the wires for passing electricity, was to give us to just provide an example so that we can relate to it more in a more concrete sense with things we already have in our current engineering and science, and then looking at it from a slightly different angle of the plasma science, and moving it to our experiments that we can do now. And these are things, not esoteric, they're very doable because fields are everywhere. We are interacting with fields all the time, So this is well within our means, and in doing so, we can actually change the course of events on the planet. So depending on how high a field strength we can operate in, there are enormous possibilities. We can interact with the planet, which radiates all kinds of energy across the whole area. So the possibilities are enormous, and we are too preoccupied with the limitations. And as we engage, the limitations become less of an issue, and we are no longer stopping things rather than we are making things happen. So this is sort of like moving into the creator mode, from away from, let's say, vegetative mode. But anyway, I'm just inserting a little bit of fun into it.
Thank you.
But I'm sure most of you understand what I'm talking about. If not, I can answer any questions anybody may have.
What's your understanding to the fact that there's initial ray supposed to be hydrogen, and then it interacts with itself. It gives up half of itself and interacts with itself. At what point did it form carbon-14? If we take the balance of that hydrogen as deuterium, how does it form to be carbon-14?
How does it form carbon-13? You have, hydrogen is one unit. And, Mr. Keshe talks about also that is in terms of neutron. So, it's one unit, and the rest of the universe is constructed based on this unit. For our universe, it has a certain energy level. For another universe, it's slightly different because of the structure of the energy within the neutron. And so it's a slight change, but because of the slight change, another area or another universe, starting from that unit, you multiply or add, depending on how you want to go about doing things. And then you can, the carbon-14 is the separation between the magnetical and the gravitational. And that's the basic unit of cosmic energy, because it is the basic unit of separation. And hydrogen is the basic unit from which you create other fields in this universe. And carbon-14 is the unit that separates the two fields, and within which it has the energy to keep these fields adjacent to each other or hold them together. So the magnetical and gravitational. So this is a very fundamental aspect of it. And as to why it's 14, that I don't know. But I do know that the 14 is and the multiple of 14 plays a big role in the whole thing. And we know about the function of carbon-12 in the matter state and carbon-14 in the cosmic ray, but it's not necessarily carbon-14, then there is carbon-16 and beyond. And Mr. Keshe hinted about carbon-18 at the creator level and things like that. But he hasn't gone too far into it, but you can see the pattern. So the separation, the unit of separation is different. It's carbon-14 at the level of universe, but that level of unique oscillates is carbon-16. So because there is essentially if you encounter the boundary of the universe, it's true about, other boundaries such as atmospheric boundary or let's say heliosphere and things like that. But at the boundary of the universe, going from carbon-14 to carbon-16 needs a bit of adjustment. So one has to change a little bit to operate in that environment, things like that. So it's to differentiate two domain. It's kind of like that, different layers of atmospheric condition kind of thing, if you want to relate it to things like things physical.
But carbon is 6 hydrogens. And
that's the matter state thing. I'm not talking about matter state here. I'm talking about only in the field strength level. There is no matter state, which is where we have this, what do you call it, particles of neutron and proton and electron and so forth. But this is all in the energy level. I'm not talking about anything matter state. I'm talking about everything.
Energy levels related to the neutron, which is the strength.
Say that again. I'm not following you.
I thought the energy level of the elements are mostly related to the neutron aspect of the element, which is the strength of that element.
Yes, it's the energy level, but the energy level has to come into a certain arrangements to essentially take the form of or the density of what you call neutron. Neutron is a matter state. It's kind of like Mr. Keshe also talks about it in terms of wave and particle duality of things. So you have the energy level. Even within us, we have soul of man, soul of physicality. So are they different? Clearly. Neutron in a physical state and an energy state are different things, much like the physicality and the soul of physicality and soul of man, same thing. You have to, there is a change in the energy, what do you call it, coherence, let's call it. I don't know what the word to use, but because I don't know what word would be appropriate in this context, nothing is coming to mind, so that's why I'm said coherence. Essentially, in order you can create, let's say, the energy of, let's say, any matter, copper. But in order for copper to manifest, you have to adjust the gravitational and magnetical in such a way that the field materializes. And this is the part that we have to understand a little more to materialize things. So from field to the materialization, is that sort of like a step function? Means you just switch from one state to another? Not really. And actually, some of the materialization that's being done, that's in China, is, you see the black material, you hold it, and something changes, and it becomes gold. So the hand is providing some additional field to this basic material that's being produced by these reactors to push it to the level of materialization of gold. So you see there are certain energies. So it's not quite there, little off, but if you add a little bit some other energy, let's say the oil, which is oil on our skin, which is 14 times 3, the amino acid, which is adding that remaining part that needs to be there to complete the process. I'm just guessing here, but because we are adding field by our touch, we are always adding. We are interacting, so that material that is produced is at a point where we can interact and we can make changes. So anyway, I hope that makes sense. And so these are some of the things we have to kind of understand slowly, but it's much of our confusion arise from mixing the two, matter state and energy state. Once we see the clear demarcation and the clear transition point and how to go from one to the other and back, then it becomes easy.
That's the whole idea of, as he said, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity, meaning, I think, me and you, or any other thing, to its energy dimension. And since we're so heavily weighted physically, this is hard to digest. But I think it's becoming more palatable week by week. And of course, as we continue to be processed in a way or balanced, this will become more and more real to all of us, I think, as you choose. Certainly, if you want to stay in the matter state, that's your choice. But if you want to open up this other understanding, this is where the Keshe Foundation is opening up this mystery of the energy before the matter state. We have the energy state, which we haven't understood. As he said, this world of nuclear is one of the most fascinating sciences in the world of science. But it has nothing to do, as I understand it, as he said, with man's current science, because it's all matter state based. We see the magnetic fields. We can see pictures of those with magnets. How come we don't have a technology where we can see it with us? We see the aura with us, the interaction with the body and the environment, let's say, or what we're giving off that we don't need, but it would be great, as he said, once we develop these viewing instruments where we can look into space or even look into our environment and see it's a constant movement of energies. I think this will become more palatable for those who can't quite get it. If we can have these glasses or telescopes, this world will become not so much empty air, or you look over in the mountain, you'll see much energy moving back and forth. And this will, in a way, enlighten us to this whole dimension side, or this energy side of everything. Anyone else? Thank you, Mosfeq. Thank you, Ike.
That telescope is us. We make it.
I missed
that. Telescope is us. We choose to see or interact with that field. We through our emotion, we create the telescope on the fly. And it's not something, you create a big, long tube or anything like that. It's the emotion and the intention that, we decide that we want to engage these fields. That means we perceive these fields and we can alter these. So it's watching as well as manipulating it. And for that we move our energy level. It's not necessarily raise, but we move our energy level to those fields that we want to interact with, and only those. And then we can do what we want to do with those fields. It can be a set of fields, a collection of fields. When you are, let's say, healing, let's say, some skin problem, it's not just one field. It's a field at the whole skin level. Then you go down the whole hierarchy in a way. It's not quite hierarchy, but I'm just using the word. You go down to the cellular level, to the molecular level, DNA level, whatever levels there are. Each has its own energy structure. So you actually are interacting with the whole package when you are healing some skin problem. It's not one field. It's a collection of fields as a package the emotion is interacting with. And the emotion alters the skin condition. So the emotion sees the telescope it just made, the condition of the skin. And then, knowing the condition, it alters the emotion to bring it to the normal condition. So that's the manipulation. One is the observation, and one is with the telescope that you said. And the next one is to, mess with it and change it to the correct condition through the emotion of being in a balanced state of the skin condition.
Right.
So anyway,
out into the universe, I don't think we'll find any hammer and nails and wood to build something. We're going to have to use our energy dimension and interaction with fields with others and the environment to start this creation process. So,
yeah, if we make a telescope, we can bump into each other with the telescope and call all, much like hammer and nails, we can cause all kinds of problems with this. So, but emotion, we even at the emotion level, we can see the kind of anarchy that humans are capable of. So once we know that the emotional tools are being manipulated to create propaganda or whatever other nonsense that there is, once we can operate at the energy level where these are kind of like subsumed by that energy level, we can stop these. We can set the time, okay, it's over. And this is within our capacity. And by doing so, we become proficient at using this field interaction correctly according to the universal ethos and conduct. So this is so what I'm talking about is not just handling the situation as we have it. Actually, in a way, this gives us the opportunity to do these experiments at these higher energy levels and make our progress faster in that way. So yes, this goes with, there are sufferings, but there is opportunity to ensure that these sufferings do not continue or do not ever come back to this point.
So with the Chinese calling for a redefinition of physics, will this help the scientists and the others? I don't know what sort of battle that will ensue among the scientists and so on. I'm sure there'll be a lot of hemming and hawing, but obviously China is going to be producing materials and other things. I think there's way more things in the background. So what about this redefinition of physics?
Well, it has to happen because there are so many things messed up. I mean, this I know for many, many years, decades. I mean, when I was in school, I mean, I understood some of these things even then. Things are messed up, I mean, for a long time. And some of these are intentional. The eddy current part is an intentional part, Why is much of Tesla's material missing? The same reason. So, yes, it will cause some chaos, but, the chaos has started long back. So it has to be corrected. It's not something new. It's been with us for, centuries.
So is he actually softening up the entire planet in a way to be more acceptable of this new knowledge? Because they seem to be quite hard-headed in Mr. Keshe's work.
We are all
Go ahead.
Yeah, we are all doing it together. Because it's a collective, the more people become aware of it, the field becomes stronger and the change happens. As the time gets altered, you even heard about Mandela effect and all that. These are conscious things that got changed. That history does not exist anymore because we are in a different time. Time has changed because of the people engaged in this time, they altered the time by their thoughts and intentions. And Mr. Keshe actually talked about that the planet has to be brought to a time when there is no killer. He was very specific about it. It has to start a new time. And there is no other way to correct the situation that we are in now. He mentions this specifically. I don't know which knowledge seeker workshop, but it was in the last 5 or 10 somewhere.
Right. This is the idea of creating the new race of man, a new time. Yes.
So anyway, but there are a lot of these small things scattered, but the thing is that once we develop the understanding, we can fit all of these things together. Right now, we have to, otherwise you have to listen to these knowledge seekers again and again. I mean, at the beginning, I used to write down things. Now I don't, but that things have changed for me. But, and then you have to go through the notebook and, check where it is and all that, screw that. That's too much work. And so, so a clear understanding helped us to bring all of these things together easily and coherently. And then we don't have to memorize. You have essentially direct access to the knowledge. And then, so what I talked about today, did I consciously thought about it? No, as I'm talking, it's kind of happening as I go. Yes, the basic understanding clearly is there, but some of the specifics, examples, and things I'm talking about are on the fly. But it's much easier that way because and this I was actually very bad at presenting material because I hated PowerPoint. But when I realized that I don't need to use PowerPoint, I was very good at presenting things, and it was very difficult. I mean, once I made when everybody used to make it, it was a disaster for me. But anyway, but it gets easier. I mean, once the thoughts and fields come together. Anyway, enough talking.
Very good. Thank you, Mosfeq. Anyone else want to raise a point or ask a question? I thought we'd listen to the announcements because this is the actual, in a way, path we're proceeding, and we know that things change from week to week within the Keshe Foundation depending on conditions. So let's just listen to the 5 minutes of announcements if we can. Let's make sure we're sharing that before we start. And then we'll go into something about this killing and moving man away and our proclivity to almost without a thought, just take any creatures and other entities other than a man, perhaps, then we know we're probably in trouble. But any other sort of thing, we have to sort of re-evaluate what we're actually doing, because we think we're doing one thing, but we're actually probably doing the opposite.
Okay, we're back again at the 599th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here. And because it's the second half, Mr. Keshe, as I mentioned, will be able to answer questions. But first, he probably has some answers that he would like to offload to us here. So please go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
I assume this is one way of putting it. Thank you very much. As you know, we are moving very fast with our developments, and we do expect big changes in a lot of things. And in a way, now that we start controlling, in a way, feeding the time in the background to all the teachings from last week and this week and on, whenever we keep the systems on, any of you listen to these teachings, as we see now with what we call confirmation of the reports from you knowledge seekers. You were listening during the teaching, or you listen afterwards and you've seen the effect, confirms to us that the world is lasting and the energy is transferred. Let us know how you feel, how you change, how changes come to you, that in the process we will develop, prepare everything for the transmutation and transportation, and in due course for what it needs to be done. There's one announcement I have to make, that the teaching of the test of the 25th of July will be carried out round about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There's a reason for this. So on the 25th, the July session will be 2 p.m. and not the 10 or 9 o'clock we started. And it will be for about 3 or 4 hour session. We are still
and just to show everyone, this is the what we're talking about in the Keshe Foundation store is the transmutation fly with a captain. There's still time to sign up. There's 7 captains and a bunch of passengers, and you can help keep the Keshe Foundation free and perhaps receive a small gift. I don't mean in the matter state, but I mean in the energy dimension, or perhaps something within you changes. But the main idea here is to help the Keshe Foundation stay free, and also for the team to understand and to perfect the system. So feel free to sign up. This will continue. There'll be an August, September, and October session as well. This is the 25th. This is the one coming up. Very simple process of adding it to your cart, signing up, and be part of keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And as I said, you may discover something about yourself as well. So this is what he was referring to. Let's go back to that if we can.
Trying to sort out the structures and the technologies for what is needed. And all of you should receive, or should have had by 25th, if you ordered the what we call cosmic ray materials with you, that you can join in that session. That session will be very special for us. We're trying to create a condition of transmutation for you to feel and how it's done. And please, those of you who come in that session, don't complain to us somebody is snoring. You dream, you travel through your soul during your sleep. The guy is traveling his time. And a lot of you make a lot of noise. We cannot isolate you. If you want a private session for the same thing, please find yourself a couple of $100,000. We give you 1 or 2 or 3 hour sessions on your own, that we know what is storing. But in the universe, there's always noises, communications, and everything else. So please get used to it. We live in a society full of movement of energy. If there are any questions, we'll try to answer. If I remember anything, I'll try to add into it during the teaching.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. We don't have any hands up yet here. Again, I remind our attendees you can raise your virtual hand and we can acknowledge that and open your microphone for you. We do have quite a few questions in the Q&A here.
Can I ask all of you knowledge seekers, remember how you felt from the beginning of the teaching till now, as we have switched our system for the second half. Let us know if you feel any different between the first and the second. Not just something to write, but emotionally, elevation and understanding, change in life. Let us know if you feel anything between the first and the second. Sorry about that. Carry on.
All right. Anyone have any experiences they'd like to share? Anything touched you? Did you notice anything? Of course, it may not be right away, as he said. Sometimes we'll notice things in the coming days or weeks or even months ahead as the energies settle in and start to do their work or are accepted in a way by the soul and the physicality. Anyone have anything they'd like to express regarding this? Okay, I'm just looking for something. We're going to go to the part of the workshop here, at least in the beginning of what he was saying of what we're trying to do. I think we can start here again about this, our proclivity in a way for killing. And I'm not sure how much of a transmutation you can do if you're fully involved in this process, even though we're doing it every night. So it's nothing that should be out of the ordinary for us, but apparently in the universe, this idea of killing is forbidden. It's not accepted. And so if you have that sort of emotion with you, you may get turned around and sort of sent back, or as he said, the universe will not accept you in a way. And apparently there are rules for this. So let's hear a little bit more about what he's trying to do in moving us away from an activity that we're in a way quite proud of when we, as he said, when we go shopping and we fill our cart and our bags with this, and we're quite proud when we come home, but we had a murderous shopping spree, if you can accept that. And again, I felt the same way. I've come home from the grocery store, said, oh, I have everything I need for the next week or number of days. And yeah, I've had that kind of a proud feeling, but I never looked at the other end of it, what I'm participating in. And again, this is I had to work through this for quite some time, and thinking I'll lose something by losing my eating ability or wanting to eat and all that, but we're actually gaining and not losing. But let's hear what he said. He's trying to clean up this killing aspect within our structure, this fingerprint of destruction that is not allowed in the universe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. We don't have any hands up yet here. Again, I remind our attendees you can raise your virtual hand and we can acknowledge that and open your microphone for you. We do have quite a few questions in the Q&A here.
Can I ask all of you knowledge seekers, remember how you felt from the beginning of the teaching till now, as we have switched our system for the second half. Let us know if you feel any different between the first and the second. Not just something to write, but emotionally, elevation and understanding, change in life. Let us know if you feel anything between the first and the second.
Okay, so we played that part twice. Anyone want to, I see somebody just joined us. Anyone want to say anything if you felt any changes or difference from the first part to the second part? or any sort of observations you've made. As I said the week before, I certainly felt this emotion of completeness for some moments where I said, what do I need the physicality? I don't need the physicality. And then I had also a feeling that I was understanding the knowledge a bit better, a bit clearer, but just a bit. But I felt that, in a way, confidence that you're starting to put some of these things together. And we've heard this from some people in the Brazilian meeting as well. So anyone have anything to share here regarding anything you've noticed? Write to the Keshe Foundation if you're a bit too shy to share with us, or anything, as he said, you've noticed between the first part and the second part. I don't know if they switch the systems off or they switch to something else.
I felt, at least when I was awake, I felt like I know everything during the first part. Not that I could repeat it, but I just felt like I know it.
That's
But
very.
then during the second part, I didn't. So not as much anyway. But at first I questioned myself, do I really know it? What do I know? And there wasn't anything specific that I knew, but I had sense that I knew it.
Yeah, again, this is not using whiteboards and words to really teach. They're teaching through the energy dimension or through the soul, and touching your energies with the energies of the system, which is bringing an enlightenment. Again, this is a conservation of energy. You don't have to go through years and years of teaching as they do in universities and other places. This is more of a direct touching through the cosmic radiation or cosmic rays. Let's continue.
Sorry about that. Carry on.
Okay, very good. Our questions in the Q&A start with George, who has a number of questions actually, and I'm not sure how many questions you will allow from George, but he does.
Is George from Switzerland?
I'm not sure. It just says George. So,
and again, this should touch us all and get us to contemplate about our behaviors.
I see. Does mention for those questions that can't be answered, I will ask them next week. So let's start off. Question number 1 from George. Mr. Keshe, thank you for last week's reply to my question. Indeed, the problem is balancing the emotion. Hope you come up with something for this soon. I have also sent emails to info@keshe.foundation for the wellness department for this emotional problem, but got no reply so far. Maybe they are busy. I will wait more. 2, from your last week's teaching, I realized and admitted, like you said, of not allowing me the access to cosmic energy and to the balancing of emotion due to karma, both mine and inherited. 3, also the teaching brought up some moral questions that need to be answered. The first one would be, in this endless cycle of karma of killing and revenge, followed by more killing and so on, is emotion balancing and soul feeding with universal energies allowed? And what is their outcome on karma? Would this heal the killing karma or make it more bearable? By healing the killing karma, I understand healing the soul and emotion of all of God's beings that suffered, in some cases, millions of souls. So could millions of souls benefit in one instant from this healing?
Don't understand. What does this mean?
He's talking about the endless cycle of karma, of killing and revenge. I think you were talking that last week. And
you see, I understand. I try to understand to answer it in a different way. Or maybe that's what the answer is. I try to explain something. We look at this, we call it the cycle of killing. This has been the habit of man. Every day we kill hundreds of thousands of, we slaughter lamb, sheep, cow, pig, and the rest of it. But we only consider it as a karma of a man when it comes man in front of it, with two legs. Depends where we draw the line, ethics. One of the worst things which is not known to humanity or known, but to, what do you call it, to a shame to put it up or whatever. Jews claim to be the most persecuted people, 5 or 6 million killed in the Holocaust and the rest of it. But one of the largest Holocausts in the shortest time ever happened in the history of man is killing of 15 million people in less than a few months. Done by British, just after the First World War, just around the First World, Second World War. Starving the nation of Iran, they burned the food, they burned the corn, they burned the wheat, they burned everything in the nation to submit. 15 million Iranians died. There's on the internet, go and find it. And then the Jews claim they've been persecuted for 6 million by Hitler over 5 or 6 years. Received something I read you which is very touching. This is from President Xi of China to Iran Foreign Minister in past few days, which then there are political reasons behind it. President Xi, in the conversation with the Iran Foreign Minister, has simply explained something very interesting, which he says that the sanctions on Iran has shown how the nation grows when it comes to look inside and become independent. And it shows how to make a nation. And this is how we look at this, what we call the karma of a killing, that 15 million doesn't count because it's done by the British. 1 or 2 million, 3 million Jews due to Holocaust is the biggest point in their lives. It depends how we promote it. We stand around, we watch, we go to supermarkets, we pick up chicken, lamb, bacon, fish, and we go home. And millions of us go to hundreds of thousands of supermarkets every day and do the same thing. What is the karma of killing? This is people who actually we call flesh. We walk through, we pick up wheat, we pick up lentils, we pick up parsley, tomatoes, and the rest, and we go home. We have shopped a murderous package. We are literally proud of ourselves walking out of the supermarket with all the vegetables, all the fruits, all the meat, and we're going home. We shopped bodies. For us, does not. We put a threshold. That doesn't go. We call our vegetarians. We just left the four-legged animals out on the fish. We don't look at what else we're killing in that trolley we are pushing down the road. We just change the level of our, what we call emotion, the level of our tolerance of murder, karma of killing, as you call it. Now the only thing is left for those of us who pass that level, human race doesn't count. Doesn't matter how many you kill. We see this in the past 2 weeks. Netanyahu going to America, spending a week knowing his nation is gone. They have no electricity. They are starving for food. And this guy needs to stay alive, not to go to prison or not to be executed. A week planning to attack, to create a new war. Now we find another excuse for me to stay alive. And with it, bringing more killing. But what's the purpose of all this? As I said, 26,000 Israeli military security people have died in 10 days. Now, the statistics is coming out. We don't see leaders. We don't see a lot of operations getting cancelled by Israelis. Now, they're bringing the Americans, the British, the Germans, the Italians to do the job for them. We lost, you do it for us. The promise is the gold in the Iran National Reserve. Now we thresholded Muslims. Don't kill a Christian, don't kill a Jew. Now, the way we kill the cow and the fish and the potato plant and the rest, now Muslim has become into that threshold. Where is the next? We are the chosen ones. Yes, you are definitely chosen. The degradation and the things to come to these chosen ones, they choose that they wish they never were chosen. Because we have to understand, it's us as human being who decides on that threshold. If we will go down to change our breathing, to change our system, the way we are now start promoting, as you are part of it now in this session, we're changing the time for you to understand different emotions. Do we need to kill? This is the new threshold. There is no zero tolerance for killing. A plant, a tree, a fruit, a man, animal, another creature in the universe. Absolute zero. Zero tolerance for murder, whatever you call it. This is the process that you lot listening have already entered. How does your eating changes? How you change the habit? How much less you start eating in the next few weeks? Because you start learning a different dimension. Now learning, you're fed in the background. You're part of it at this moment. It's not the aura of killing, is aura of the threshold. And the best threshold is zero. And the best zero is when you learn to depend 100% on the energy from the environment and not from the life of the environment. You are not, under no circumstances, given the half-life and the life of an animal or a creature. You are not to decide. The creation interaction of the field of the universe has to decide when an animal dies, not the man by slaughtering it. You don't decide the half-life. And when you get to that zero energy consumption of killing, then you become a true creatures of the universe. Till then, you are stuck with this village of murder of earth. It's not a calm of religious killing and this and that. This is how we have to change. To bring that tolerance. Your thoughts, I've taught you how to breathe, to take energy. I taught you how in the coming time, how we are doing now into communication system. Man has then through satellites and the rest of it, tap on, app, get the energy you don't need to kill. How many of you in the past few weeks and months written to us, you have literally reduced to 1 meal a day, you can't eat anymore because you have changed. The soul, the energy which was used emotionally is getting absorbed different way. It's the first steps. Gradually, as we've seen, we can replenish everything, but we cannot do everything at the same time. The society is not ready for it. The structure is not ready for it, and it creates mayhem. We've seen this in the present situation in the United States. They kicked all the immigrants out. They put everything else out. No one need to harvest the farms. Factories have come to stop. Nobody goes in the construction sites. The country is coming into a halt. And that halt will bring a cancer, it brings a heart attack, and the heart attack will come to attack the others trying to survive. And this is the same with the man. You have to go gradually through the process. If you heard upset for many years, you cannot become vegetarian overnight. You are 100 kilometers car going down the road, and you decide to put the brake on. The rest of the car is moving, and the rest of the cars on the motorway are moving near crash. The only way to do it is the process of transferring energy. The only way we can go into the point of zero is not by eating and getting the side effects of it, but by replacing it with the energy direct. In a way, feeding it by replacing the food as the energy levels which you receive, we are used to 80% of. And this takes time. This is the process of what is coming out, what is the process of technologies we are making available. But even the new satellite communication system, telephones, does not allow us to give you the full spectrum. So we see problems. This is why I just said to you, for you to understand a little bit more, we're supporting the Chinese quantum reactors, or what they call computers or communication systems, because it's the plasma technology. And then with the plasma, we can feed the whole spectrum. There is no filters in the your communication system. Within a certain microwaves or frequencies, we can transfer, and the other system stops. This is why we introduced the headsets, that we can do what we like with the transfer of the energies and not with the bandwidth dictated. The bandwidth on your mobile phones is a matter of state bandwidth. Is not the universal bandwidth. And then we go back to zero. Then the threshold of the killing does not become was plants, and then we found that the animals were good, we can eat them, we thresholded it. Now we thresholded it to humans killing each other, we thresholded it. Now become Muslims are thresholded. You can kill as much Palestinians as you like, they're Muslims. And when a few Jews were touched, is a Holocaust, the whole world, we are chosen. We've chosen something for you Jews that God cries for you. Forget about the man. Wait and see the will of God, what we decide. You wish you never followed Moses, and that time is too late. My punishment for you is so harsh that even the dogs will cry for what is to come, let alone the man. You remember a few teachings ago, a couple of years ago, I said the time will come that the American navies will be there to collect Jews from Israel. This happened in past 4 weeks. A dinghy worth $10,000. Let alone the Navy ship. We carry out our wish with an iron fist, but you bring it to yourself. Does not matter, race, religion. Any nation goes into war from now on will be punished the same, by themselves. You choose. Then there is no murder, there is no need for killing. Now there is no bracket. You watch, now the Americans have brought in the Chinese. The Chinese in America get insulted and everything on their own, because now they brought the crisis for them, not their president with their rubbish tariffs and the rest of it. Channel of showing emotion of separation, what you can do. Then you understand the process. Why should 11,000 or 15 million or one dog have a different emotion? There should be emotion of giving and giving life, not destroying. And then you understand the next step, the next step. But it takes time to change this ingrained level of killing and filtering. Then we see. Then we understand. Then we progress. And then we'll go to the other dimensions and direction. Any other question?
Well,
Okay, any thoughts about this? Apparently absolute zero tolerance for killing. So you want to be a passenger of the universe? Again, with this killing fingerprint, I don't know how well you'll be accepted, even though some have left this planet and created the same cycle. So I guess they were able to do it, but this is the whole idea of stopping the progression of the destruction and the killing and replacing it with the emotion of giving and giving life. So it's not only the man, and this is something that you'll have to determine your own threshold about. And when you step on that bug or you swat that fly, just think, again, you're releasing a soul before it's mature, even though we've never considered this to be a problem. We thought it was actually good to keep the flies away from the food and all the rest, which it is. Again, there's other ways without having to kill them to not allow them to share the meal with you, so to speak. And of course, if you're not eating, then there would be no food for them to fly on, would there be? And if we're made in the image of the Creator, we should be able to do the same. It's just that, again, this is a very hard lesson that we have to learn. We think just by ending the wars of men against men will bring us to that permanent peace, but we have this whole other category of the fish and the lambs and the cows and the lentils that we're going to have to address. But I think the system will make it very easy to do this. You won't even miss it, or you won't even remember that you needed to eat. And again, this is a process that will happen step by step. You just can't go from lifting 50 pounds to lifting 100 pounds. You sort of have to go up a couple pounds at a time, a couple more pounds, and as you exercise and continue, then you reach the 100 and it's no problem. But if you went from 50 to 100, you'd probably pull some muscles depending on what sort of shape you're in. And I'm just using that as an example. I think you understand what I'm saying. So again, it's for each one of us to decide that threshold. Where do we draw the line? Is trapping mice in your basement one of these other things that we all seem to do? And if the mice are there, we set the traps and then we get rid of them. But perhaps there's a better way to approach all of this just through the field interaction or changing the conditions that the mice don't want to be there. And therefore we don't have to kill them. But again, it's for you to determine what threshold you want to achieve. But apparently in the universe, it doesn't work. We have to change our ethos. And I think this is what the whole process is happening. And step by step, we're going to hear more and more people move away from the cycle of eating. And he said most of the trouble we get into is because of what we put in our mouths through the digestive system and everything else that comes with it. All the chemicals and the process and the preservatives and the colors and the rest. So I think we can move in that direction slowly, and maybe some others will reach it quicker. But once it happens, as it did with the session of dining in the transmutation sessions, you won't even miss the food. You won't even hardly think about it. I think after about a day and a half, I started to. But the first, let's say 30, 35 hours, it was just, there was no problem. Food only came into the mind a couple of times. And I said, wow. And it didn't last for the whole week or anything, but it certainly made an impression that I was touched somehow in that session. And I think others were too. So I'm not the only one, and we're hearing that. Maybe we can hear the testimonial of, I think it was Monica. We can go to, I think 155.14 of what happened to her. This is just one of many, and I'm sure within the Keshe Foundation, they have a number of different testimonials. I wrote mine the first time, but I didn't really notice anything major in the second session. Let's just see if we can hear one of the testimonials that was brought into this workshop. Again, just by listening.
For teachings, for their sessions. These numbers were created for that purpose.
And you see here, before we get to Dean, I'd like to read the testimonial from Monica in our webinar chat here. It says, during the recording last week, I felt my kidneys, which I'm having trouble with, ache at first and then become warm. I felt as if I were in my own environment where nothing outside could touch me. I felt completely at peace and deeply mindful of my inner self. The following days brought changes to my way of approaching life and gave me a new understanding of the teachings, brought changes to my liver, diaphragm, head, stomach, and spine. My emotions became more stable. Today, while listening, I became calm and felt a great need to properly serve the physical soul. To release such a wish, and tears welled up. I felt pleasant changes in my bladder, my liver, my thoughts stopped, and I felt emotionally satisfied. After turning off the system, I felt a huge difference in how the workshop is being received in my body. Thank you so much for your work, Mr. Keshe.
And of course, I think there were more testimonies than that, but sometimes people are a little shy in the public to actually bring them. They don't really want other people sort of to hear, especially if it's their boss or someone else. If they're in a position, they may think this person needs a little bit of help, psychiatric help or something along that line, because this is way out of bounds for most people. That anything can happen just by the interaction of fields. But we saw the gold, we see other things being produced, and we're actually experience it within some of these workshops. I think this process will continue. So it would be nice, but he said you can even listen afterwards. And you may, he said they're getting reports of people who listened afterwards and who are reporting changes, or they're noticing subtle changes, let's say, within their own structure. Anyone feel they'd like to add anything to this? If you've been touched, if you have, just write info@keshe.foundation. I thought we'd go, one of the beautiful aspects of the workshop was what Mr. Keshe said about bringing peace in the Middle East, and was this idea about the nuclear material that Iran has been processing under the International Atomic Energy Agency for Russia and returning it to them. Now there's a proposal of using their own or selling down their own stockpiles in a way for producing this nuclear material for all the nuclear reactors, even putting this process through the American Mark-Ray Corporation, that the Americans would get some tax benefit out of it. The Chinese would transport it, the Russians and the Chinese will observe it, and the Iranians will do the processing, as they already are, but now extend this to worldwide in all the nuclear plants across the planet. And this would be a beautiful solution to the crisis. As Mr. Keshe said, well, what's next? So we'll see. He's made the proposal to Iran, and they're waiting for a public announcement of some sort. So let's go, I think perhaps it's at 2:10. Again, here's where he's showing what happened within the system, which if we had enough time, we'd take a look at that. But again, with the wars being announced, and as he said, the French, the Germans, and the British have put together about 160 different airplanes to attack Iran in the next cycle. Let's wish we can prevent this whole process from happening, and let's see if we're at approximately the right spot.
Mr. Keshe, Dean here. May I ask a question, please?
Hey, Dean, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Keshe. How are you? Good morning to you.
I was seeing you on Saturday.
On Saturday, I've joined the online one at the moment.
Lazy
for
one.
reasons. So, yeah, I will be engaged and be present, that's for sure. Mr. Keshe, thank you for your beautiful teaching again today. I listened to part of it. Right, so I explained my situation. Obviously, on a soul level, I'm experiencing many things. And I woke up late today and I was sleeping and I don't remember the dream whatsoever. And then I come in and I have to re-listen to some of it as you're speaking. So I'm going back in time on a recording and trying to listen to something and then trying to come back into the present where you're speaking about it in real time. You mentioned something about new manifestations and how they will appear on planet Earth. That was one of the things I picked up upon. And the reason I speak about this is because I've noticed myself, my physicality is like a bit like a child, a naughty child that you see the mothers and fathers dragging this child along the street or along the, somewhere in a grocery store or something, and they're screaming and shouting. I think my physicality is a little bit like this, where it's being positioned by the soul, but it's it's not happy. Sometimes.
Yeah, I can see it. If you see on the line on the screen, it's long, it's not dotted.
Yeah,
So it has a lot of battles.
A lot of battles. Yeah, many things going on. And I know it's a position in time, and if I feel like it's, I'm no one's different. We're all the same, but I feel it's like a positioning for humanity where we're going through this very traumatic period of being led to a position, and I thank you for that, and I feel it in my physicality, and I know the soul is guiding me, and yeah, I'm still struggling with it from time to time. So this emotional balancing that we will be going through and experiencing, and I think we're already experiencing it. And I really understand now when you say you have to do it bit by bit, because if you do it too quickly, you can't handle it. And I've come to realize that much. It's very interesting, that. Very interesting. So I don't know if there's a question there or not, Mr. Keshe.
No, I don't know. It's just you expressing your emotions, what you feel.
Yeah, I think so.
But the thing is, it's not coincidental. When we start moving, you don't need to. The dogs don't have a headphones and a mobile phone to listen to. It's the knowledge from the soul which transfers. But it needs to be kept on going and go. And I'm really, really looking forward with the work with the Chinese military in the space in the next few months. How we can bring these quantum technologies into what you call cosmic ray technologies that we can transfer. The biggest problem for humanity is the American nation at the moment, and the mindset that to create war, to pretend to create peace, for it to sell, to create finances. In the next few weeks, Keshe Foundation will announce a huge change in the financial structure. But slowly, we're getting there. I hope the team in the background is ready for the day they promised they're going to release it. And then we take the next step. You got to understand, you can't change just a human if you don't change the lions and the dogs. The humans look after the dog and the dog eat them. So we have to change the whole spectrum. And the change will come in the different ways. Let's see.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Well, the situation, you were spoken about many things today, and like the situation with all the killings that have taken position through intention. And I feel it. I felt it for a long, long time with like the British and what they've done as a nation. But it's not the nation of the people that have to balance for it. It's a few that are creating the mayhem, and it's the souls that have to balance for this. And that's sometimes very difficult to establish that connection so that you can you know try to give enough that you can change the reality of what we're experiencing right now, going back over into a position of the past that we shouldn't go back to. The position is right now in this moment. So it's very difficult sometimes to emotionally balance yourself. And I think this is where the systems that you've built, the foundation have built, are going to be really relevant, because you can't do it yourself. Sometimes you need this whatever you want to call it. I'm not really into quantum, but support. So you need this support. You need this, the support system to balance the emotions. And this is for some people that are very, so say, spiritual or awake or whatever it is. And then others that are not, they're totally, they don't feel this at all. And I felt both sides of it now. And I'm starting to understand why some people, when you say you've experienced something and they say, well, what are you talking about? It doesn't exist. It's because they haven't experienced it, but in the physical form, but their soul is guiding them to a position. And we just have to be patient, which you have an immense amount of patience. I don't know how you do it, but you do. So thank you for that. System assist, someone says.
You see, Sark, being a British, we're talking about changing the level of, what do you call it, the killing. Last week or the week before, when a French president was with the British Parliament, or British government, he came out with something which was past a lot of people's understanding, but it was very amazing how they changed the position. Up to that time, French refused to condemn the genocide in Gaza. And for the first time, French president said it's not acceptable. It has to change. People say, oh, why did he change? Because he brought what they wanted out of the events of everything else. But the French are one of the biggest suppliers of arms, aircrafts, defense, in the present cycle of war or attack on Iran. Because Gaza can't give them anything. If we support Gaza, then we can attack Iran to get the uranium we need. And as a advisor, as a what they call it, suggest, Iran will change position if the Iranian leadership listens. And then we don't need to have the French now killing Iranians is easy because it's a target, because Gaza are even the Muslim, but there are different sects of Muslims. Well, now we go because we get our uranium, because the Africans don't give us any more uranium. I have proposed to the Iranian leadership in the past few hours, the attack on Iran and the war on Iran is for Iran nuclear. We changed position. I put this to Iran some time ago. Now we make it public. It depends on Ayatollah Khamenei decides. But as a what do you call, spokesman for the Iranian side, I put a proposal to the Americans and the French and the Germans, and that we don't need to have this. Let's see what's an excuse. We have tons of enriched materials, around 20%. We have half a ton of enriched 60%. They don't want us to go nuclear weapon. Iran, as of today, will offer its nuclear material to French nuclear industry as they lost their sources in Africa. We prefer, at 20%, we become the supplier of enriched uranium for all the power stations, even the Americans. Which means we keep the integrity of science and technology, we keep our right to prefer. but we become supplier in the chain where the Africans have stopped to the French and the Germans. This is the reason the Germans and the French are on top of Iran. 160 aircrafts have been supplied by 3 nations to attack Iran in the next cycle. You thought we don't know French and the Germans. We got a full operation watch. So now, as of today, Iran stands as a supplier of the fuel. We are prepared to dilute our 60% enriched uranium to fuel for your nuclear reactors, for your energy industry. We become, instead of you going to Africa, bringing in and then recycling it and then prefer it, we do it for you. We've done it and we are prepared to reduce our stockpile. What's the next reason? I have asked the Iranian leadership to announce, unless they want to play a different game, this we are prepared to do to market cooperation of the United States, which means the Americans get some benefit from taxation of it. We feed the lions. Let's see how they kill each other. I made a decision, I made a proposal to the President and Ayatollah Khamenei yesterday. The biggest problem for us is they don't want us to become nuclear. French have changed position from Gaza is a crime, but Iran is a live animal. Then we get the uranium mine in Hamadan. We don't need to. You haven't touched our centrifuge. Our centrifuges are still intact, 90% of it. So we become the supplier to your shortfall. You don't need to proliferate. You don't need to go through the damages of possible leakage. We use the One Belt, One Road Silk Line, the way Chinese are feeding material from China on the road to Western Europe to transfer our nuclear materials as a fuel rods for your nuclear power stations. What's the problem now? You didn't want us to reach. We don't trust the Russians to give our materials to deposit. We become the seller of our own goods. And let's see if the French and the Germans and the Americans object to this. Then there's a different criterion, change of regime, which for that we have another solution. So what was delayed on Tuesday, Wednesday, where they were supposed to attack Iran with a lot of aircrafts, 80% of it supplied by the British, the French and the Germans, now is in hang. The excuse is Iran having a nuclear or preparing nuclear material. Yes, we do. We're down to 60%. We got some 80, 90%. We are prepared openly. We don't accept IAEA. IAEA is irrelevant as it's a Mossad's nest built for them. We accept to sell our nuclear material as fuel rods to any nation which has got a peaceful civilian nuclear technology for the power generation. We change position from what they try to get to be a devil in nuclear, trying nuclear material, to a supplier of the material to all the, even American power stations. Because the rods are more or less the same, you just need some adjustments for different reactors. And so, what's the problem with that? I'm waiting for Ayatollah Khamenei to confirm the offer and the Iranian president. Unless there's a hidden agenda, this is a solution that solves the problem. And we allow the Chinese and the Russians to monitor, not the IAEA. We don't trust IAEA. And position is solved. Let's see if now the French president changes his position. Gaza was a crime now, because now they found the uranium source. Now Iran is no crime because it becomes our supplier. The French get material, the French nuclear power stations runs, the German nuclear power stations runs, and the Italians still have some support because they're not nuclear, they have one which is dangling in the middle somewhere. And the American gets the benefit of the income from the trade through market cooperation. The Chinese get the railway track, and the Russians still get their power stations that are running with Iran. What's the excuse? I'm waiting for the Iranian government to announce it. If they're really mindset to go through the what we call the process, then we see if we are still on the path of peace. We have tons of 20% material prepared for the past years, and we still got our centrifuges intact. As I said to the readers yesterday, we don't even need the centrifuge with the new materials we are producing with the systems. We don't even need to mine. Mine in the space and bring it. We are producing materials we don't even know what we are producing. That's just combination of events creating so much cosmic material. Most probably we have produced materials man has never seen. This is changing a parameter in a literally, very interesting. I just received the latest image.
Okay, and then he goes into showing you what has changed in these graphs of the soul of physicality and the physicality, and people are being touched in a way they never could have imagined. But this is one of the best proposals. This is why Mr. Keshe stands as a senior advisor to 3 major governments. I don't know which governments they are. I'm sure Iran is one, perhaps China is another, perhaps Russia is another. I'm not sure. But what a beautiful proposal to avoid the war and the conflict if that's what they want to do. Iran is willing, but we have to wait for the announcement from one of the leaders or the presidents and other ones to agree to this. But this is a beautiful solution to what's on the horizon or what is being planned. So let's go to the Dome of Peace and let's create that condition through our energies that will allow these leaders to sort of work together, avoid war, and move into this new space technology in a much bigger way. I think that's one of the best proposals. And I remember a couple months ago where he said we made a proposal to the Iranian government. We'll have to see, but he didn't elaborate at that time what that actual proposal was. And now we hear what it is, and I think it's a beautiful solution to avoid war. The French get what they want, the Chinese get involved, the Americans get some benefit out of it, the Russians keep their stations running, and so don't the Germans and the Italians. I guess they have one in sort of limbo right now. But let's use our emotion to create that sort of time within us. We're not going to take that 2 minutes of silence. We're just going to create that time within us, hold that emotion, and continue to enlighten and elevate the souls of the world leaders and the religious leaders. So let's go to the first step in creating the Dome of Peace. And of course, we see the Brazilians have put together a couple of beautiful backgrounds here where they have an intention every day where you can meet them at certain hours. On Wednesday, it's 6 p.m. On other days, it might be at different times. I'm not sure. But the first one is about Sundays where you can release the Gans water, something in the physicality to do. If you're not sure how to make a Gans, it's very simple, as most of these things are, if you understand the tricks of it in a way. And again, it's not tricks, it's actually science. But as Mr. Keshe explained, the Cup of Life 1 and 2, how beautifully it worked because we said it exactly the way he said it. And so you're invited to join these intentions. And again, you don't need to do it just once a day. You can do it all the time. If you can keep that emotion, you can still operate in the physicality as I understand it. I've never achieved that, but more and more often we are giving to these leaders, to the souls actually, not to the actual man. Whoops, I lost that one. Let's bring it back up. So this is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace. We're all familiar with it, so we're just going to go right through it and bring Alex in the next few moments.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so very easy to do. You can release the GANS waters into the rivers, the fountains, the streams, the oceans. You can spray the GANS waters, or you can just put it down the drain, as it'll go into the system sooner or later as water continues. So that's something for the physicality to do. We can all participate in it. And this is in a way, to me, almost like creating preconditions in a way. Almost like before you go into surgery, they prep you, or before the plane takes off, they go through their checklist and see if everything is in order for the plane to take off. And this is just part of a much bigger process. And of course, now we go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is using the collective powers of our energies, or our central energies. Thank you, Shweta, and thank you, Stefania.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the GANs, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANs waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANs waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of GANs, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, so rather than take 2 or 3 minutes of silence, as that's part of the matter state understanding, and as he said in the transmutation sessions, the noise is there. The noise is in the universe. So as I've often said, you can continue whatever activities you're doing. We're going to continue this workshop. It doesn't matter if you're working, climbing the mountain, riding the bicycle. We can operate in both dimensions. We don't need the dimension of silence. Actually, we'd be able to reach better. So let's create that emotion of elevation of the world leaders and world religious leaders. Hold and give that emotion in a way. Hold it together and then give it to the world leaders and religious leaders, the soul of them. And we continue on working in the workshop here. So you can do this at any time, whether it's noisy, whether it's silent, or as Mr. Keshe said, once you get good at it, test it in a noisy place. He was talking about the transmutation, but we can also do this. The matter state of the noise should not affect us. So I want to thank you all for the participation. And of course, this process continues on a daily basis until we reach that permanent peaceful position on this planet. So you're invited every day at 9 p.m. Remember, collectively we're stronger, and this is why we're doing it collectively, to join us on the energy level to elevate the soul of the leaders and the soul of the totality of Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. So again, it's you opening up the mystery of this energy dimension. And of course, it's not a day job. This process goes on and on until we reach that permanent peaceful condition on this planet. And then we'll start to meet and interact with the larger family, which we refer to as the universal community. So thank you all for listening, and hopefully it's not so much the amount, I think it's the regularity of this process for me that counts. So thank you all, and we invite you to participate. This does not take a lot of work. This is all done on the energy, or this is in a way a conservation of energy, where we're not going and trying to meet the world leaders, making phone calls to them, writing them letters and the rest. We touch them on the energy level, very similar to what we see Mr. Keshe doing with the systems that are being activated during the workshop. So we can do exactly the same thing with our own reactors, which again, you are that MAGRAV as I understand it. It's not a physical thing, it's an energy dimension that we're sort of playing with. So thank you all, and continue to give for the next moments as long as you decide, while we actually continue in the workshop. I think it's time to ask Alex if he's still with us, if he'd like to come in and share a deeper understanding of this technology as he sees it. And we do appreciate your being here, Alex, even though we may not understand everything you're trying to share with us, but we certainly do appreciate your presence, and thank you for hanging in there with us.
Well, and thank you very much for bringing us to this level. We really certainly appreciate it. So I think we should get right into it and do the disclaimer. And thank you so much.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you so much, everybody, for being here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. We recognize it's not beautiful everywhere around the world, but we're trying our best to make it happen, because it's probably the most important thing that is going on at this point in time. So, and thank you very much for being here and making this meeting as strong as it is, as we represent many of the continents around the world, and we try and extend the knowledge. And we've gone through a very, very difficult week. The purpose of these teachings here, of course, is for us to all learn and apply this knowledge in our own way, and of course convey that message to other people in the best way as possible, because the vast majority of the population is totally unaware of what's going on. And interestingly enough, just on a personal note here, I had the opportunity to speak to 4 different people within the last couple of days, and maybe that is a sign of things to come. But I was clearly challenged because they had absolutely no knowledge of what we were doing with the foundation, and basically had to repeat myself 4 times. But of course, it was in a different context and a different way to introduce it. And so this becomes a challenge for all of us. So each of us has our own way to bring this information forward. And what we want to do is to open up the door so that people can see what is possible, what is going on in the background, and how it's affecting our lives. And then this is really the bottom line. How is it affecting our lives, and what is it going to mean for the future generations? And how far down the road are we talking about? So this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are discussing the intermediate nanotech. The subject is the dimension point, and my name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is July the 20th, 2025. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we have been continuing this series of classes to try and condense the knowledge that we've had over thousands of hours of teaching, and on its own, it's come up to be about hundreds of hours of teaching. But the thing is that we have to be able to keep up with the program because the foundation is not holding back. We're not, at the station and just sitting there idling. The foundation is racing ahead because this technology needs to be brought forward for the freedom and emancipation of humanity. And we've come to an important understanding of these various points. So in this intermediate nanotech series, we have discussed point blank, inertia point, star point, Gans point, pico point, and today will be the dimension point. And if you don't get the point, we are trying to make a point. And that point is that we are missing out on a lot of what's going on. And we have only scraped the surface. And that surface is going to tell us what is going on in our own little tiny perfect world. And our little tiny perfect world is a drop in the bucket. It is one point in the universe, and each of us has that point. So what we have to realize is that that point is not insignificant. It is very insignificant, very insignificant. And that's why there are 8 billions of us here, and each of us have our own unique point and our unique point of view. And the challenge, of course, is to understand what is the purpose of our presence. How many people actually ask that question? How many people actually lost the opportunity to ask that question? As they say, sometimes you are too busy working to make any money. Well, we may be too busy living to understand the purpose of our living. And of course, we tend to be busy, and even more busy. and we look at filling that time. So when we have idle time, we don't seem to have a purpose at that point in time. Well, we have to find out these answers, because life is not without purpose. And so now we see the range of what we have to deal with. So let's get on with it, because what we're talking about is books and books of knowledge. Well, the key point, of course, is that there's a range in these books. Some books have an author, and some books are just there for the bookkeepers. And so most of us are preoccupied with the most important thing on this planet. Well, of course, it's money. Let's make sure we have lots of money. And I think that involves the majority of the population, without a doubt. And interestingly enough, even people who have money, one of the things that they crave for is more money. And so, profit and loss becomes a measurement by how we conduct ourselves in our lives. And realistically, it's so sad when you see someone who has an extraordinary amount of money, and they have been unable to affect the peace and prosperity of their communities, other than their selfish needs for their selfish family. But they have to live in the same environment, and that environment is our environment. So that environment does not discriminate between the poor and the rich. So the profitability and lossability of our existence is one form of measurement to keep score. But the way the universe works, the scorekeeping is the gravitational force fields minus the magnetical force fields, and that equals the inertia point. And where is that inertia point? Well, we didn't specify. So when we look at the books of Marin Telvakoli Keshe, book number 1 is the Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And again, not specified. Generally talking about matter, dark matter, antimatter. The convergence of these matters, all of the different energy state coming together with a representation of a matter state. And then there's another matter state, as brought out by book number 2, the structure of the light. And then there's a connection between one matter state and another matter state. And it's this light that is actually connecting that. And we haven't specified the matter state. We haven't specified the light either. We just assume, based on our educational system today, and the fact that most people are just looking at the superficial aspect of it, and we say, oh, well, when you're talking about light, that's the light that we see in the daylight. And at night, well, we have to light it up. And then there's book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And how many of us are really concerned about the origin of the universe? Because we're just in that little point in man's universe. And, the discussion of 2 universes working together and coming from one, splitting into 2, is a novel concept. And maybe for the mature knowledge seekers, we're just starting to kind of absorb that knowledge and accept it and see how it plays in our lives. But the majority of the population is totally oblivious to this, what's going on. And it is a shock to the system. So this is why we're here. We're trying to figure out, how do we explain this in practical terms, because that's what we're trying to do. For 385 weeks, Rick Crammon and the members of the Universal Council have been trying to explain the one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace, because the earth is our home, and it's everybody's home. And when we talk about the Universal Council, we are beyond the Earth space. We're talking about other planets, other solar systems, other universes, and beyond. And so there are things that are unseen. And we can liken that to just living in a valley and we're surrounded by mountains. And so we see our little tiny perfect world as being residing between two mountain ranges. And what's on the other side? No, never mind. We out of sight, out of mind. We don't see it, we don't know what it is, and we don't care. What a way to go through life. What a way to go through life. Imagine, for instance, those who are mature in this knowledge. What would your life be like without this knowledge? And the word depressing comes to mind, because without understanding the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, we work on the earthbound rule, where the higher strength eats the weaker strength, or the higher strength kills the weaker strength, and it becomes a conflict point. So our point of view with respect to this is that that conflict point is literally a binding zone. It is bringing adversaries together, but it's also bringing people who are of like mind together. So the purpose of coming together isn't just coming together in some black hole of who knows what, but it is a point of inertia density manifestation. And at that point, we realize that life on this planet is a gift. And that's why we call it the present. But there are energy binding requirements. They are self-serving. And they are self-serving in our dimension. And that's a self-serving dimension point. What is wrong, however, with this is that the universe gives us this binding energy for our dimension point. But most of us choose to do it at the expense of others, who likewise are depending on this energy binding for self-serving purposes of their dimension point. So now we have given them a handicap. And there are two ways for them to respond. One is to retaliate, which causes friction or unrest or a war. Or the other way is just to pass it on, domino style, and say, okay, well, you rob from me, I'll rob from another guy. And, forgetting that we were born with everything that we needed. And the reason we forget that is because we can't remember. And so this becomes a real anomaly. Many of us will remember something as far back as maybe, shall we say, the age of 3 or 4, something like that. And yet we know that we were not at the age of 0. We were not at the age of 1. We were not at the age of 2. We remember after that. So how did we exist at the age of 1 and age of 2? How did that happen? Because as far as we can say, we really weren't present, but we were. And that is the point. We have to understand that there is a difference. And that difference is the difference between the plasma dimension and the physical dimension. And wherever we are, that is the point of where we are. And that's what we're culminating in this series of the intermediate nanotech, because we have now arrived at that dimension point. And that dimension point is our point where we have to realize this planet doesn't really need us. In fact, this planet suffers for our being here. And, you know, when we restrict ourselves to these commandments, 10 commandments, and I didn't know that there were more than 10 commandments, but we've now introduced another 14, so a total of 24 commandments. And we say, wait, a puppy dog doesn't have commandments. Cabbage doesn't have commandments, but we do. And who is giving us these commandments, and why are they giving? Why do we need these commandments? From the age of 0, when we were born, to the time when we first remember, you know, in age of 3 or 4, we couldn't read about these commandments. We must have obeyed these commandments because that's how we survived. And so that survival was unconditional. But not all babies survive to that age. And that is something that most of us are unaware of. So we're going to say that that is the majority. But there is a minority who see things differently. And so this is where the conflict comes in, because it violates these commandments. So if you could argue that we are not supposed to violate these commandments, but there are people who do, are they the ones who wrote the commandments? So, well, do as I say, but don't do as I do. And that's a funny thing your parents might say to you. But what is the end result? We are all debilitated in our vitality. And so we age and we grow old. And in that process, we also become decrepit. And there's no rule that says you have to be old and decrepit. You don't use those two words in a sentence necessarily, but we've grown to accept it because there are many who are older and they may require a cane or they may require a wheelchair. And I'm not talking about casualties from war. I'm talking about just people who have aged over time and their vitality has been diminished. And yet, as we protest the lack of vitality, we find that there are young and decrepit. So it doesn't follow that old and decrepit, if they are put in the same phrase, in the same sentence, it only pertains to senior citizens. It pertains to our youth as well. What is it that has changed? And I think what has changed, we are safe to say, is that the impact that we've made on this planet has been to the detriment of the planet. And who suffers? Well, yes, the planet suffers, but the decrepit suffer as well. And so we are all suffering in that regard. So the vitality enhancement coming from the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Units produced by the Keshe Foundation give us this combination of life-giving gold. And that gold is in an emotional field strength, and it's in a physical field strength. And that's not a disability. That is a feature. So there's more that requires enhancement. So we don't just need the regular fuel that we have come to rely on, which we are stealing from Mother Earth in so many ways, and stealing from the horizontal people and the vertical people, and it becomes our way of life. But we need a super vitality enhancement. And we have always had that. We just didn't know. And now that we know, what difference will it make? How will that change your life? And when will it change your life? So these are the questions you not only have to ask yourself, but others have to ask themselves. And they need to be appraised that this is a different pathway. Everyone is used to traveling on the transmission highway. There is a transition highway and there's a transmutation highway, and each one is traveling at a faster rate, a higher rate of energy. And most of us, we only see the single path, the lowest path. And so we were forced during the pandemic to introduce the cups of life. We were forced to do that because we had problems with life on this planet. And so we introduced the nanocoding process of the monatomic science, which was enhancing the inner strength, the inner space, the emotional strength, and therefore the physical strength. And we produced the cups of life. 5-year-olds were producing this in their kitchens. There was a practical application, survival, enhanced emotional strength, enhanced physical strength, eradicating a nemesis in 30 minutes. And then we learned about the GANs and how we could produce from the cups of life different GANSes, all part of the radiance manifestation. And we were well satisfied to produce carbon dioxide or calcium or zinc or copper. But then there was water GANs and amino acid GANs. And now we've introduced gold GANs. And we say, well, wait a minute. Are we learning how the earth produced the gold? Because up until now, we've just been taking it from Mother Earth. The Earth space has it, we take it. But now we can produce it as much as we want, and others as well. And fundamentally, it opens a door to our soul. And so we have to understand that there's a pattern, and that pattern is the relationship of the magnetical and gravitational field forces, which kind of are the quotation marks of our thoughts. And our thoughts are manifest out of our soul. And then that becomes the cup of the soul. And each cup, whether it's an emotional, physical, or a soul cup, has these 3 attributes which create that dimension point. But collectively, all 3 work together, and collectively they have a magnetical and gravitational relationship and a soul. And that becomes the dimension point of that position. And we see that in our brains, in our heads. And now we understand that we have creation of our emotional fields, which come from the zinc, and our physical fields, which come from the copper, and they work together with the carbogen, the carbon connection. We are all part of the carbon nation. And we manifest into the physicality from somewhere. And do we bother to ask? Without recognizing that if we come from somewhere, well, then we will go somewhere. And where is that somewhere? And that's our challenge. But the earth doesn't have the same attributes that humanity has. And yet the earth has been able to create a gathering and its grand central station, where it has created many different earth ganses that have all manifested into different elements of the periodic table of elements. And so now we've come to understand that all the elements on the earth are comprised within our physicality. So we too have been producing all of these ganses in our physicality, which is why when we were born, we didn't make a mistake and go to Neptune or Pluto. We came straight to Earth. And when we go to sleep at night and travel, we wake up in the morning back on Earth. We know where we're going. We don't have to do anything about it. Our soul is taking care of that business. And so here we are in the era, which we call the Beyond Beijing era, where we were able to apply in a practical terms the old Keshe technology. Yes, the old Keshe technology of physical rotating reactors, and we were able to produce gold. And so what does that mean to us in our practical application? So we have to realize that this involves all of life, because men are not the only gold diggers. So we understand better the concept of angular density of the fallen angels, because it implies falling. It implies increased density, increased pressure, and therefore increased gravity. And so there's a mathematical equation that is representative of that. We call the angular momentum equals the moment of inertia times the angular velocity. So there you go. We have a mathematical way of describing it, but are we really describing it? Because let's face it, what we're talking about is the relationship between the soul and the soul of physicality. And we don't have many machines that can measure that, but they're on their way. Things that we can measure, for instance, however, is that we have a nanocharge, which comes from a nanocoating of a regular copper wire. But what we find is it's a copper carbon nanocrystal. And it's undifferentiated because not only does it connect forward, but it connects backwards. And who's decide which way is backwards and which way is forwards? It's undifferentiated. And then we find that it doesn't have to be a copper wire. It could be a magnesium wire. It could be a nickel wire. It could be a silver or a gold. And it still is going to have a carbon nanocrystal. And it still requires a field alignment, because that field is not restricted to that containment, but literally goes outside of that physical containment. And although we can't see it, we can see the effects. And so in electricity, when we connect the wire, we can see a net effect, a motor that's moving, a light bulb that turns on. And it happens two ways. One, we have a switch, which allows it to turn on and turn off. In the absence of a switch, we have a wire that connects, or it doesn't connect. So the turning on and turning off becomes the same thing. But now we introduce the GANS, and we find that it's more magnetical. In other words, we have a multitude of nanopoints, and they create a GANS point. And in that way, we are able to increase the energy transfer. So this concept of singularity, where we say it's a point, it doesn't say where that point is, because there's no relationship. So it's undifferentiated. And it could be a point or it could be a post. It's something that will support. And what will it support? And where will it support? And Then we look at frequency. It's part of light matter. And for most of us, that's the only thing that does matter. But then we find that the representation of light matter is frequency, pressure, and heat. And then there's a range. So the frequency changes. And so we find that the higher the frequency, the more gravitational it becomes. And the less the frequency, more magnetical it becomes. And this is understood as light, as physical light. And so there's light on one side and there's darkness on the other side. Well, if you're full of light, then you're full of gravitational. And if it's dark, well, then you're full of magnetical. But that magnetical empties you out. So you have to fill up again. And the only way to get it is from the light, because the light is gravitational. Okay, then. So what does that mean? That means our field of reference is kind of bridging the gap between one dimension that may be horizontal, one dimension that may be vertical. And then, of course, the combination of those, which we call the inertia point, has a distinct gravitational point and a magnetical point. And so we only accept the most dense, the physical. And then we say, well, let there be light, because the light isn't that physical. Well, yes, it is. The physical light is physical. But light on its own, as an undifferentiated description, doesn't mean it's physical. Physical means you can see it and you can touch it and you can feel the frequency, pressure, and the heat. But light is a universal energy transfer medium. And so when we introduce the concept of exchanging energy, and we understand that there are different energy fields, and so we've been progressing to try and leave the old science behind and step outside of the box of limitations of that understanding. And so we find that when we're looking for the greater oneness, if it's bigger, then we go through kila, mega, giga, tera, and keep going. Or if it gets smaller, go down to milli, micro, nano, and that's what we talked about. And last week we went down to pico, and that's another point. But what happens when you go beyond those extremes? Well, clearly there's a flat line. And on the other side is a flatness. And so based on surface to volume ratios, we find that the smaller it goes, the higher the magnetical field. Except that the higher the magnetical field, the smaller the field. In order to be smaller, it has to be gravitational. This is an anomaly, and it's very confusing. So which is it? Is it gravitational or is it magnetical? And here we are, where we can't see what's below one without a microscope, but what we can see with our God-given eyes, we can see what is above. And so what we see is what we get. And what we can't see, well, we ignore. Well, we can't ignore that anymore. We have to understand that it's a two-way elevation. The elevation, and what we talk about, the elevation in energy, is literally an expansion. And so when we look at this expansion, we can see how it affects the breathing cycles, the heartbeats, And as we go from the bigness to the smallness, it kind of gives us that hourglass figure. And when we are going into the bigness, it eventually becomes a flat line, no frequency. But on the other end, it also becomes a flat line, but now it's a fat flat line. So that one is gravitational, and the thin one is magnetical. So the rules are the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So the gravitational feeds the magnetical. So now we have a set of criteria to follow, because introducing the concept of duality is 2 points, things working in tandem like a partnership, and we call it the twinity. And so now you have established the quotation marks, the magnetical side on one side, the gravitational side on the other side, and then there's that connection. And that connection is, well, it's undifferentiated because we don't know where it is. But what we do know, that if we reinforce that by introducing more supports, by introducing beams, by introducing walls, then we can now create a dome. And that becomes supported as a roof, as a protection, as an umbrella. And it's very stable. And of course, it's very gravitational and very physical. And it enables us to do many, many things. So let's look at it and understand that because of that context, we have two fields, two MAGRAV fields. And where in those MAGRAV fields are, they're either above one or below one. And so the anomaly of the larger field having more strength being gravitational, and the tiniest field having the highest surface to volume ratio, it becomes magnetical. But when we look at the core of the Earth, as the field gets smaller and smaller, it is gravitational. So we still have to resolve this anomaly. And the only way that we can do that is to understand this whole concept of dimension building, where you add a second point and connect one. You add a third point and connect two, or you add a fourth point and you connect three. And that gives you this structure of dimension building, and it's undifferentiated until we put it in to a star formation. So the base of the star is gravitational because it is of a higher energy strength. And it is of higher energy strength because there's a collective of 3 points, and the magnetical is of a weaker strength because it only has 1 point. But it's still undifferentiated. It's just a concept. And then there's a plasma field that we introduce, like the Gans point. And that Gans point needs to be specific. It's a specific Gans. And that makes it differentiated. But we still don't know what it is because we have no relationship. So if we look at the star point, which is what we're talking about, then we have a magnetical gravitational orientation. And then in order for us to differentiate that, we have to have this Gans containment. And then this has to be more gravitational because it is drawing energy in. And then to exist in that process, it still has to exchange energy because energy is always in motion. So like the profit and loss statement, as the energy is coming in, we are increasing our capabilities. We are increasing our gravitational capability. and it allows us to give more. And we need to give more so that we can take more. And in that process, we now have the fundamentals of star component. And in order to have a relationship, we have to have a polarity. And so to understand the relationship of our magnetical gravitational field force with another magnetical gravitational field force. So they can be head to head or head to tail, but the interaction of those fields become an inertia point. And that inertia point can exist as a gravitational point. Why? Because it is the combination of two star points. So now you have more, and more is always more. That's the nature of more. And then to identify that inertia point, you have to create a bonding point with the neighbors. Do those neighbors have to be right next door? Well, conceptually, we kind of understand that. However, plasmatically, nearness and proximity has a different connotation. It has a connection magnetically to the gravitational energy, where the gravitational gives and the magnetical takes. From that inertia point, it has to give magnetically, and then that inertia point has to gravitationally take. And if that sounds like doublespeak, well, it is. It's a two-way street. So we can grow or we can atrophy. We can create or we can decay. We can have more or we can have less. Or we can be catalytic, like the sun, give unconditionally. And where does the sun get its energy from? So now when we look at this dimension, now we have to say, okay, this is how we determine dimension positioning. And it just undifferentiated, because what we're talking about is that we have one matter state, which is coming together of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter state, and another matter state, the coming together of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter state, and the connection of the structure of light, which then has to come from somewhere. And then it has to go somewhere. It has to exist. And that is how book number 2 interacts with 2 books of number 1. 1 book of number 2 and 2 books of number 1. And then we introduce the 3rd dimension, the carbon inertia highways. And we have the physicality. And that's what we see. Well, that's what we see because that is the light that we see. And where did that light come from? And that is what we don't see. And because we don't see it, we don't recognize it. Well, we have to recognize it because that's where it came from. So that means our point of view has to change. Or does that mean, well, now our world is really upside down? Well, look at the dimension building and understand that each of these connections is an overlapping field, right? In order to make a point, you have to have 2 points to do that. So that point becomes an inertia point, which is the convergence of 2 other fields. And each point in this dimension building has that facet. So conceptually, this is the beginning of the dimension building. And as these inertia points come together and they work together, that becomes a gravitational foundation. And then they have a relationship. And it's through that relationship that creates that field. And it's specific. At that point, it becomes differentiated. So now we know, shall we say, the mechanics of it. But then in order to differentiate, we have to have a relationship. So we still have that gravitational relationship, but gravitational with respect to what? And so we see that that has created a gravitational foundation, and that becomes an inertia point containment. And so that's what we did with that star formation in Beijing, where we demonstrated how we produce gold. We have this star formation where we have 4 pairs of dueling reactors. And they're not dueling, they're complementing each other, which each reactor is an inertia point. And then the combination of the 2 reactions of the 2 reactors becomes an inertia point on the star. And then the 4 points on the star create an inertia point. And that inertia point leads to the manifestation of gold. So conceptually, when we talk about the nanotech, yes, these are monatomic particles on a copper substrate. But then there's a nano picostate. It's even smaller. And it too follows the rules of the monatomic layers. And it creates monatomic star formations. So the blue circles are one layer, the black circles are another layer. And as they align themselves, they create these star formations. And although the structure may be in a monatomic level, these structures have created another structure, the picostate. And so if we look at the side view, we see this monatomic energy flow, which has developed a synergy, because you have one star formation that is adding on to another star formation. And as you go from point to point, it becomes additive. And as the points get smaller, they have a higher energy to give. Based on surface to volume ratio, it's a higher negative charge, more giving. And the more giving means more receiving. And then this becomes multiple monatomic energy flows in the nanostate. And we have this multiple picostate, and it's all a superconductor at room temperature. And why is that amazing? After all, it doesn't matter what the temperature is outside. Our body temperature is constant. And that constancy is, room temperature. Not so amazing, is it? It's perfectly normal. So when we look at the pico point, we say, okay, well, it's 3 orders of magnitude smaller than nanopoints. So it has a higher still surface to volume ratio. Well, that's 1,000 times more energy. And then when you bring these clusters together, and now you see how these pointy points are coming together. And so each of these points also becomes higher still surface to volume ratio. And then when you see these pointy points come together into a star formation, and now you see how the multiplier effect comes in. So you have the culmination of the containment of the different picopoints into a picostar, and each of the points on the picostar have the same effect as the Gans explosion that we saw through the expansion of the Gans material. So it's just that the pico nanocoating is a precursor for the Gans, and then leads us to the star point, the pure plasma energy. But it's undifferentiated. What we can't see is that this is just part of the matter state, or is it another layer higher, another higher energy point. So when we look at the historical plasma star formation, we see that we can have multiple energy states within the same energy state. We don't have to leave the Earth space. We have our matter state, we have our GAN state, but we also have our plasma state and our dynamic plasma state. And so we did that with, in the privacy of our own home or in the privacy of our own body. And so we have this gravitational grounding and this magnetical giving that is part of the star formation. And our point is that dimension point that comes together as the dynamic plasma state, which is the inertia point in the star formation. And that is just one point, you see. And the GANS star is made the same way. So now we know how we created the dimension point. It's the way the GAN star is created. It has a magnetical gravitational relationship and a star containment in the core. And then that is derived from the monatomic inertia product of the pico point, graduating to the pico cluster, graduating to a pico star. And so we see the pico star formation. So you can see that there's a pattern. And it came to my attention that we are experiencing chip wars. And I'm not talking about fish and chips or things like that. I'm talking about computer chips. And so as those wars are continuing, we are graduating from the transition of energy through physical means, graduating to light energy transfer. And it's interesting to note that there's a company that is actually named after this, and they're called Light Matter. And what they've managed to do is to create a magnetical gravitational field, and within that field they have this point containment, which happens to be light. And so there is a dimension containment within that field. And each of these points are data points. And so we're looking at data transfer using light matter. Well, I just wanted to bring to you your attention to that because this is the leading technology in computer science. However, we have another plasma matter, which has genome data points, and it is light years ahead of that technology. It's called RNA, and the transfer energy from the RNA to the DNA. And it's been around for ages. And it is a transference of data points through the amino star. And the DNA is the precursor for the amino star. So now that we have the amino star and we see that it has inertia points on its points, which of course are additive. And then we have the plasma point, which is the GANS itself. And then we wrapped up in a bag of skin, and we see that the GANS has an affinity which is very familiar to us. It's highly reactive. It reacts to emission spectra. It facilitates absorption, and it is a natural lie detector, and it's a natural love detector, and it's a natural communicator. Well, there's something very familiar about this because it represents humanity. And GANS is a superconductor at room temperature. And didn't we just say that we are a superconductor at room temperature? So it isn't a novel exercise in understanding this. It is something we should have known from the very, very beginning, because from the time that we were born to the time that we remember, we had to depend on this. And those who survived were successful in depending on that. And so we now see the Gans effect, where it either could be oxidized or not be oxidized. And so we have the copper oxide, which affects the muscles, and the zinc oxide, which affects the mood, and the carbon dioxide, which affects the overall health of the individual. But then when we substitute the oxygen combination for a hydrogen combination, we see the creation of iron, which is part of our blood, which circulates throughout the body and, of course, around the head, around the brain. And all of this motion, it has to do with understanding the dimension of one transition matter, bringing together the X, Y, and Z axis as a dimension point, and it could be negative, and another dimension matter of X, Y, and Z coming together, another transition matter, which is another point, and it could be positive. The two of them come together and create this transfer state. And so the negative positive junction is the NP junction. And so at that point, that becomes a dimension point. And so this is now the summary of the nanoparticles. They're monatomic, they have a high surface to volume ratio. They are orders of magnitude stronger than our physicality, and they emanate these perpendicular field forces, which are plasmatic force fields of attraction and repulsion. And we have even picoparticles, which are 3 orders of magnitude higher surface to volume ratio, and they too have plasmatic force fields of attraction and repulsion. And then we have the Gans particles, and they are not monatomic, they are polyatomic. And they too have high surface to volume ratio because, like the pico points, they have many pointy points. And it is many orders of magnitude stronger. And so the plasmatic force fields of attraction and repulsion are enhanced by many orders of magnitude. We didn't say how many, but what we know is that at the core is the picocore, and that is highly, highly gravitational. And then the explosion of the energy that comes out of that is highly, highly magnetical. And so it becomes a superconductor. So we see the progression from the nanopoint, which is going towards the density, and the pico point, which is highly gravitational, and then the Gans point is going towards the gaseousness. That's what Gans is. It's Gans as a nanosolid. And then it goes to that plasma point, which is highly magnetical. So that progression is going from power drawing, which is gravitational intensity, to power providing, which is magnetical out-tensity. It obeys the laws of conservation of energy. So it needs to be balanced. And that's what a maggrav is. It's a balance, it's a conservation of the magnetical and gravitational force fields. And then the individual components within there also have to maintain their balance. And so that point, that dimension point, is not differentiated. But that dimension point has to have references. And there have to be a minimum of 2 references. So those 2 references create a maggrav condition, which is an energy transfer state based on susceptibility. So we can stay on an energy state, like the atomic state, or the nanostate, or the gravitational state, or we can transcend the various states and move from one state to another, even though we move from one side of the equation to the other. And we know this is true because we have 8 billion people on this planet, at least, who are unique, who are individual, and who have the same rules. So we're all independent variables. So this energy is portable. So they go through various energy state transitions. One way is through elevation, which is the physical matter state to the energy state, and the other is through inertia, which is the energy state to the physical matter state. And so we've seen that elevation involves expansion. And we've seen that the expansion involves expansion of elevation and involves expansion of inertia. It's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. So the inertia is a product of energy portability, and it goes through various pH transitions, shall we say. In basic terms, the y-axis density transition is due to causticity. That's what we use to create the nanotech. But these are unstable energy transition states because they can happen within a range, or they can go from range to range, or they can go from state to state. The inertia products are totally portable. So there has to be some kind of relationship. Even hydrogen has that dependency. So hydrogen is not just hydrogen, but a hydrogen molecule has a covalent bond with another hydrogen. But its conformity changes. It could be an orthohydrogen or a parahydrogen, and we're just talking about the basic element on the periodic table of elements. And then from there, we go through all the different elements and they become more dense, such as carbon 14 and then carbon 60, for example. And then we go through all the switchboard of the Earth space range details, and we see that they become more and more and more dense as they go along. And we can pick and choose whatever we want. And so on May the 10th, we produce gold as much as you want. Maybe we could produce silver as much as you want, or copper, or zinc, or iron, or hydrogen, or whatever. Because the elevation, as we said, comes through causticity, and the inertia comes through the MAGRAPH positioning. So all of these layers are in between, and they're each potentiation plasma layers. And we can move wherever we want because it's all part of the nuclear feeding energy. So each nucleus is a fragment of the complexity, and each one has a gravitational stability, and therefore each one has a dimensional portability. And so each one can do a dimension point. But we didn't say which point, did we? All we said is that 1 + 1 + 1, because we retain that dimension point, can be more than 3, which is another dimension point. But it's undifferentiated. It just represents the nuclear feeding inertia. And that's the whole point. So when we get into the plasma star point, we see how the energy is within and the energy is without. And so we have these MAGRAPH pathways. They represent the force fields of gravitational intensity, which we call attraction, and the force fields of magnetical intensity, which we call repulsion. And so that characteristic is within the electron and it's within the neutron. And so we call one an electron, we call the other one a neutron, and we can clearly see the difference. It all depends on if you're feeding or feeding back. And then in the beginning, we see that the neutron came before the atom. And before the PM take. So where did this energy come from? Well, it came from the darkness because we said, let there be light. So we created light matter, but we created other matter as well. We created the universal matter. And so when we look at these MAGRAV differences and we say, well, then there's the proton, and we call it the proton because, well, to differentiate between the neutron, because if the atom came from the neutron, which means the proton came from the neutron, then the proton can go back to the neutron. So we have to know that there's a difference. But then the electron has to go with the proton, so the electron can also go back to the neutron. So therefore, the electron-proton combination can go back to the neutron. So now we know what happened in the undifferentiated beginning. And we say, okay, well, the neutron came before the atom in the PM tick. So if it came from the darkness, it came from within. But it came from the light, then it came from without. So now we understand the principle of principal matter, the PM ticks being the principal matter, being the magnetical energy that fills the universe. These are all energy packs, and they come together in the force field dilution of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen to create this plasma gen conversion, and therefore make a MAGRAV, which is gravitational. But what kind of MAGRAV is it? Until we have a reference point, and that reference point is our Earth space. And so that MAGRAV interacts with the Earth space MAGRAV, creates a field interaction, which we call the inertia. And we either create some kind of individual element or some kind of molecule or some kind of finished product, like humanity. So it all comes together from different plasma fields, and each of these plasma fields has a personality. Each of these plasma fields has a dimension point, and so bringing them together, there's a reference. They will always have a different energy state, so one will always be gravitational, one will always be magnetical. It just, will there be a common denominator? So when they come together, they can create that dimension point. And that dimension point will have an orientation, which is magnetical and gravitational. And then it will have that field containment. And at the core will be that dimension point. And so we have created a matter plasma dimension, but we didn't say which one. All we said is that there is a physical matter state which we can touch and we can see, but there's a plasmatic matter state which we cannot touch or cannot see. And so in that regard, everything that we see from our point of view is the feedback state. And we are feedback dominant, forgetting that our feedback dominant state started when we first began to remember at maybe the age of 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever. But prior to that, we couldn't remember. And we were not feedback dominant at that point, were we? We were feeding dominant. We were totally dependent on outside forces. And we survived very nicely. So, where did we fall off the tracks? Well, we have to understand that we were part of the gravitational confirmation system, where we have this emission spectrum that is created. So we started with the hydrogen, and that hydrogen came as a result of the gravitational tracking. And so we created this GANS flow, and it became part in the water. And so we see that not only can GANS exchange energy, but water can exchange energy. So therefore water can give and take. That's the characteristic of GANs. It gives and takes energy. So the GANs can exchange magnetical energy and it exchanges gravitational energy. And so we see the structure of the water where we have 8 electrons and 8 protons and a mass of a neutron, a mass of 8. And that creates your oxygen. But if you add 2 hydrogens to that, then you have water GANs. Isn't that interesting? And that becomes the solvent of life on this planet. And we see at the core the dimension point, the creation of that. So it wasn't enough just for the hydrogen. We had to have the oxygen as well. So the oxygen followed the same rules and created its own gravitational tracking. And so we see that this GANs that is within us, our bag of skin, it gives and takes energy. So as a solid, it's on the physical plane, but as a gas, it's on the emotional plane. And so as a plasma gas, we find that carbon dioxide is life-giving. So carbon is part of our humanity nation. Our body is a GANs spaceship, and we are traveling on the Earth spaceship. So that GANs point is a convergence of these energies, and we see that it creates a seed point. That becomes the seed point for the GANs star. And we see the same similarity with a dandelion. It looks like it's overflowing with GANSes, and they're converted into seeds. And these seeds have pointy points, just like the pico seeds. And then from there, they become dimension seeds, because each seed is a representation of something. And it could be rice, it could be a tree, but it also could be humanity, because these dimension seeds are all plasmatic seeds. So they create these dimension star formations. And so we see this maggrav singularity of each reaction, of each dimension point. And collectively, all of these dimension points come together and create this dimension star formation. And that becomes a point of dimension singularity. So we see this progression where we've gone from the point blank to the Gantt star, and there's a sequencing path. So science has boxed us in, and the plasma science needs us to step outside the box. So we have different points of view. One is on the inside point, and one is on the outside point, and there is a point of connection as well. And each of these points is a dimension point. It's one point, however, and another point is the Peace Dome reactor. So that can give us a shielding point. That's a dimension point. Or it can give us a star positioning, which is another dimension point. Or we can just have this possession point where so we can put our finger on it and see the gold. That too is a dimension point. But when we look at the rotating star points as were demonstrated in Beijing, we were converting dimensional seed points. This was a show of singularity. And this was what we refer to as the obsolete technology, which we were showing for the first time. So when we connect the dots, what we're looking for are practical points, the practical reasoning to understand the road to self-determination or the road from self-determination. There has to be a practical philosophy and practical solutions. So what we're looking for is the practical currency of life. And that is our job, to build this humanity inertia. And so we have GAN's shielding points to shield ourselves from hostiles and from aggression and from environmental harm, from fear mongering, and the most insidious emotional abuse. As we head into uncharted territory, many of us, we're really not sure where we are, but we are many stars going beyond the nano-monatomic state. And there's a range. We cover that range from decay to radiation. And our knowledge is actually ancestral intelligence. We are the technology. We are the inertia product. And we are the image of our dimensional Gans point. So if we can draw the energy from the universe, which is giving us the soul food, then we need to tune in and plug into the creator, turn on to that power and drop out of that resistance and create and receive our inertia point. Then we have to provide the pattern, and then we get the energy. That's the rule. And we've discovered that in practical terms on May the 10th, where we were able to produce gold as much as you want, the way nature did it. So we don't have to be gold diggers anymore. So calling all the research teams to join the Keshe Space Plasma teams to bring together the practical applications, to bring together the greater oneness that we have tried for 599 weeks in a row through the Knowledge Seekers workshops, to allow us to suddenly transcend the limitations of nuclear science. We are on the verge of a major technology release because it's hard to sleep when our beds are burning. We require a rescue on scientific terms, financial, political, and the preservation of our species, because we came here for a purpose. And many of us are going to get the chance to travel, to fly with the captain on July 25th. There will be another session. And then after that will be more advanced teaching. So we can understand how we're bringing together the three books, book number 1, book number 2, and book number 3. And we are the observers. We are the fudgers. We are the ones who are trying to apply our point of view and to see how does this advanced science affect us in practical terms, and how can we bring peace and harmony, not only to this planet, but at the very least, peace and harmony to our own existence. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. So help us achieve this goal, because you are a participant in this exercise. This is Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. So welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers of the carbon nations, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. The World Peace Treaty needs to be chosen. It needs to be signed, and to be signed with sincerity. Mean it. The point of the true nanotech is to maintain integrity. And the peace dome of outer space can be an umbrella or a fountain, and you can choose. And is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? Well, yes, it is. And it is time to learn the history of self in a universal context, because the inertia of a peaceful self can migrate as a superconductor. The dimension point is non-specific. It is the emotional point between our belief and our experience. So plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. Not only is this the end of the lesson, but this is the end of the intermediate. Nanotech series. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you so much for allowing me to present.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex, for a deeper understanding in so many ways. Let's see if any of the participants would like to raise a question or have you clarify one of your points. Anyone would like to raise a question? Or did it trigger anything within you? Or confirm something that you've been wondering about?
Well, as I said, Mark, the challenge is on. You know, it's coming face to face for all of us, challenging our understanding of the knowledge and helping others enter the new space age and
Well,
understanding what it means.
it sounds like the scientists are going to be challenged in a way with the Chinese calling for a new or a redefining of physics. Has this ever happened before in history, or what will trigger this? Is this why they're making the gold perhaps at 400 different locations in China? That this, of course, gold carries a lot of emotion. This is in our RNA, I think, in the ancestors. We've always, as humanity, have prized this metal in so many ways. So will it be the gold? What will cause these two camps? Obviously, there'll be one of the current understanding, and there'll be another camp who wants to change the or redefine physics according to the new understanding of the world of creation. So what will trigger this, and how long will this take to actually start to rewrite the books in the universities that the rest can actually benefit? I'm not sure what will trigger it, and I'm not sure, or will they come to the conclusion that it's still unsettled science? We haven't really settled it. Although we have the gold in front of us, we see it, we test it, but yet we don't want to change our scientific understanding. It does seem like there'll be a little bit of a battleground here.
Well, definitely, Mark. And speaking for myself, I'll tell you one of the things that really triggered me in the beginning, and you wonder why I say this, is because I was bought in hook, line, and sinker into the conventional knowledge. And I was really, really let down. And that letdown actually hurt. It hurt doubly because one, it exposed the flaws in the thinking, and two, it hurt me because I, shall we say, played by their rules, and their rules were fixed against me. And I didn't realize that. And what triggered me is I need to correct your question. Your question is almost perfect, but there is a major flaw, and that flaw has to do with history. And what triggered me was when I found out that the profession of archaeology was dominated by men. And I thought that was very strange. And yet, when you look through history, there are famous women. There's Isis and Cleopatra and Nefertiti, just for instance, and yet the interpretation of history is dominated by men, and women were not allowed. Well, I didn't know that they weren't allowed. I just thought, it's a rigorous profession, and it's kind of dirty, and I could understand that women wouldn't like that. It would, they would dirty their nails, and it was kind of rough, and that's a macho point of view. But now we find that the men aren't the only gold diggers, and this was a fixed game. Why? Because men don't want history to show the so-called weaker sex dominating. So the men dominated the archaeological profession. And that was a real shock to me. I had to do a lot of digging to find that information. And when I found that the Royal Archaeological Society was actually founded by the Roman Catholic Church, I couldn't see the connection. It was very strange. But then I couldn't see the connection with King John and the Crusades. Why would crusaders from Britannia ride on horseback, if you will, all the way to the Middle East to fight for something with the infidels? And what really brought it to a head was when I saw the infidels and the crusaders sharing the same tent. I thought that was kind of strange. But what did I know? So I found out at the age of 40. That's what really made me angry, because I spent a lot of time in school and I didn't know this. So
perhaps humanity is going through this whole process with the truth setting us free, but we've heard that old expression, the truth will set you free, but it may upset you initially. And it sounds like you went through that process.
oh yes, it was not graceful at all. I have to admit, it was not graceful at all, because all the goals and aspirations that I had, which of course is to make a lot of money, and at the age of 40, I have succeeded in not making any money at all and losing my health completely. And when you lose your health, then the wealth doesn't matter. And we see a lot of wealthy people who enjoy their golden years with their medication, their walkers, their canes, and their wheelchairs, and their support workers. And it's very, very rewarding if we review the Parkinson's episode going back to 2018, where the gentleman who was wheelchair bound after 1 week with the Universal Body Enhancement Unit is walking, and then the following week he wants to drive his car. What? That's possible? Yes, that technology is in our hands. And so we can't, entertain the skeptics anymore. We simply have to walk by them, because there are many, many people who are absolutely starving for this information, and we need to be prepared to be able to deliver. And I was challenged, as I said, this week with 4 people. This is unusual. And I had to go through, shall we say, the gentle introduction to the subjects, so they don't fall on the floor and, in convulsions. It is that shocking, but repetition helps, and I've been getting better and better, and the success ratio is increasing. Is that simply because of my skill, or is it the fact that the population is waking up? Because I think people are realizing there is something wrong with our society because we are not prospering as a result of the technology, which is kind of defying the whole need of having the technology because it's supposed to make our life better. So, how's that working for you?
Did you inform them that they could feed themselves without eating? That should cause them to walk away or tell you, get out of here. I went through that process when Mr. Keshe said you could feed yourself without eating. I said, there is no way I can imagine. How could you feed yourself without eating? But we've come to mature a little bit and understand that it is a transfer of energy rather than the matter state. And
Yeah, so that part wasn't part of the introductory.
I was gonna say,
I kind of
yeah,
overlooked
chocolate
that part.
cake and milk.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Sometimes you have to approach rather gently. But that was
Well,
excellent. I think the entire humanity is being softened up or being enlightened in a way to realize that maybe there's more. I've always thought there was more, but I could never find it until we got to the Keshe Foundation. I mean, I thought I found some things and in your work or in your cars or other possessions and things, but it certainly never satisfied at all the way this understanding of the creation and how creation works and the creator and the rest of this. It's much, much more satisfying. And I think
well,
this is what that hole is within us that we're looking to fill. And we try everything, but no one's ever explained this whole dimension of matter, state, and energy and that we operate in two dimensions. Never could
well,
think out of the box like that.
well, to waylay your fears, in introducing that subject to people, I will tell you that pretty much each and every one of them made the comment that it was not possible to have this conversation with many of their friends because even though that perhaps they wanted to, because they themselves would have the same reservation, you see, because from them they don't have the knowledge. So to introduce the subject, it would invite scorn. Why are you talking about that nonsense? And so they would not get a satisfactory answer. So they were in fact grateful, despite the fact that maybe they had a shock or that they didn't have the full understanding. The fact that the subject was introduced and the fact that we talked about it, and frankly, some of the discussions went well. The longest one was 3 hours, and you say, well, how can you talk for 3 hours? Well, because we have a lot to say, and it wasn't boring. And in fact, I had to slow down the conversation because they wouldn't stop. And this is the same thing how we introduced the Knowledge Seekers workshops to the Brazilian community. We did the classes there and we invited questions. And after 4 hours of questions, I said, "Hey, everybody, give me a break." you know, the hunger is there. And as soon as you start feeding them, they become ravenous. And that is a very good thing. So, this is an inherent characteristic of humanity. Knowledge seekers want to know, and not for the sake of just knowing. It's not for the sake of bragging. It's the sake of the practical application of living. Back to you, sir.
All right. Anyone else want to join the conversation? Raise an issue? Put a question forward? In my understanding, you've spoken about inertia, and I know Mr. Keshe had talked about at one time that inertia was connected to the matter state. But then later on, he informed us that the soul has its own inertia, and I guess the universe has an inertia as well, but it's not in the matter state. This is what I was always thinking. So, does the soul have an inertia, or is there an inertia in the energy dimension as well as the matter dimension?
I think the answer is obvious. It's yes, because every dimension has to have an inertia point bonding. So there has to be a reference. And in the absence of a reference, it becomes a PM tick. So in that point, it becomes an inertia point that is traversing the universe.
So again, we'll be creating both in the energy dimension and the matter dimension if you so choose.
Right. There's no reason to make it overly complex, because as a developer or a scientist or a researcher, yes, you need to ask those questions and get answers. But for the average person who is trying to provide for their family, trying to survive on this planet so they can fulfill their wishes and dreams. Everybody does have wishes and dreams. And in fact, that is one of the questions that I ask people. What are your wishes and dreams? And it's surprising how many people are not able to give a direct answer on that, because it just seems that they are too busy trying to exist on a day-to-day basis to be able to sit back and answer philosophical questions.
That's what you said. We're too busy to understand what we're too busy living to understand what we're living through, because it doesn't seem enough time. We have to gather the other things up, and there's no time for exploration or delving deeper into certain subjects. And as Mr. Keshe said, we're too much involved with the matter state, far too involved with nothing.
That's right. And that's the reason that the panelists are, here, because we need to know this is urgent. We need to know how we can navigate through this thing, because I'm sure that everyone on this panel today knows that things are changing. And, you can't extrapolate from when you were a youth in school and, to your point in life today, and say, well, this is the path that I'm going on and this is what's going to happen. No, we're going to come to the edge of the cliff, and we are going to either fall off or we're going to jump to another plateau, to jump from one lily pad to another lily pad. And it's not going to be the same. And how is that going to affect your life and going forward? We need to answer those questions, because we are talking about a point in time which is within our common existence. Months, weeks, and days, not lifetimes. Months, weeks, and days. Things are going to change. They are changing. They're, shall we say, the boat has left the harbor. The boat of change. So a lot have to make a big leap to get on that boat, or they're going to be left behind at the dock. We are coming to that point of reckoning, and everybody has to make that move. And there was a time in my life, I admit, I lost my house, I lost my car, I lost everything. The only thing I had left was my soul. And that was the most important thing. And we see how many sell their soul for money. Yeah, that's a good deal. I'll sell my soul for money. Then I can go to the movies, or I can go to a holiday. I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. And, let's make this a better place. Let's bring peace and prosperity to this planet. The foundation has the technology in hand. Let's work to bring it into our lives and bring it into our neighbors' lives. It's about time. Thank you so much.
And isn't this an excellent proposal that Mr. Keshe has made for the Iranians and the others to sort of move away without really losing face, in other words, about this reprocessing of the material needed in the nuclear? Isn't this an excellent proposal that no one really loses face, everyone will get what they want, and we can move on to the next step? And I'm hoping that Mr. Keshe will be part of the United States as he becomes an advisor here, hopefully. Again, they don't always listen to advisors, but it would be good to have his input domestically and internationally, I think. We're going to need more of these nations to sort of sign on. And I think this is happening in the background.
Can I give you some advice that a liquidator gave me advice, and it's very appropriate. One, people said, where do you get all this merchandise from? Do you steal it? He says, why would I steal it when I can buy it by the truckload? So it would be stupid to steal it. And then the second thing he said, don't get married to your inventory. And, if you think about it, that's what we are. We are married to our materialistic gains. Why do we need those? Well, we need them on our journey, but, we don't have to carry all that baggage. And so we are at the point now where we can convert that baggage into energy, and we just have to carry that energy. And we have to learn how to create what we need on demand.
Right. It's so misguided. We hear you live once and then you die and that's it. Or he who has the most toys wins.
Yeah.
All of these things have totally misled us in the wrong direction to think we're, what we possess, when really the knowledge is within us. And we've been totally misled, and we've bought it. We've trusted, and we've went that way, and the commercials and everything else, and have all misled us.
Yeah, well, let me play the devil's advocate, right? Well, I don't think the devil needs assistance. So let's, let's be the advocates of peace and prosperity. Okay? Thank you again.
I've never seen a Brinks truck behind a hearse yet.
And again, what area will the Chinese come out with? Will it be wellness? I'm thinking it's going to be material production, which should have a huge deflationary effect on the entire global. If you can create the copper and the silver and the gold and other materials, the oils, this is going to have a huge, huge deflationary effect on everything.
Well, yes, there are people who are, craving those materialistic things. But that craving gets tempered when you lose your health, and then you start to realize, hey, those materialistic things aren't as important as your health is. So, yes, you brought up the fact of the wellness. Yes, absolutely. We are moving ahead very, very rapidly because that is something that is affecting the majority of population. The number of people that I run into who have, who are, shall we say, not medicated, is very, very few. Now, I'm pleased to report that I have run into some of those people, but I must insist, it's very, very, very few. So, this is a humanity-wide problem, and we've grown to accept that. But what alternative do we have? So we are now presenting an alternative, and as people wake up to that thing, they have to learn how to apply it. And we are still at the wakey stage, so we have lots of work to do. We don't have to worry about make work projects. We have lots to do and lots of people to help.
So Mr. Keshe has provided plenty of reference materials. I don't know if the Chinese will be teaching a new science or a new understanding, or we'll just go back to the books and the articles and the papers that were published. It's like he's already given us the instruction manual that we can use to, in a way, share with the others the understanding. It's already been, it's not that it, I mean, it will continue to be developed, but the baseline is already there. It's not like the Chinese are going to come up with something in a way new.
No, it's just that we have a we don't have anything to give up or forego. We are absorbing the new knowledge in a proper context. I'm going to say proper context because it's consistent. It makes sense. And then if they wish to, shall we say, uh, present it in a kind of a different form, the only reason for that is to be able to draw the existing knowledge into it, and so that they're paying their respects to the existing knowledge, and likewise from our standpoint, we don't have to burn all the books, that's not our mission. Our mission is to add to the knowledge. So the fact that they're already willing to, shall we say, modify the knowledge slightly, but they will determine the inadequacies, because those inadequacies will be glaring, and we're just offering them different points of view, and that's exactly what I'm doing with these classes. Is I'm trying to make a presentation in different points of view, because each of us can draw on that and apply it in our own way. The scientists are obliged, by their degrees and their status to still pay, respect to that. But, if they want to move forward, the sooner they transition to adopting the new technology in its true form, the sooner they will reap the rewards.
Right. And once one nut is cracked, like in material production, then we move to wellness, or we move to energy production and the space travel. It should all flow rather nicely once the first one is cracked.
Well, they all have to go simultaneously, because it's just like the soul heals the body, we don't do the kidney on Monday and the liver on Tuesday, it's all every day, all the time. And so the soul has the capability to provide, and we as a knowledge seekers we don't want to let anyone fall through the cracks. But it's not our choice. We can just offer, and if they accept, then we move forward. And if they don't accept, well, we just give them time, and everyone is in his own, shall we say, time frame.
Right. Okay, anyone else? Thank you very much, Alex, for being with us and presenting here again today. Anyone else would like to raise a point, make a comment, ask a question, or take an exception with what's been shared today? Okay, I will bring the meeting to an end if there's no further questions or comments.
Well done again, Mark.
Very well. We're all doing well, and we're doing much better than we could ever expect that we could even be in this position. Most people, but I was glad to hear that the people you talked to were quite interested in the at least speaking about it. And I know Mr. Keshe had said that a lot of people are waiting till they see it on CNN or something like this. But with the energies of the sun and what's happening on the earth through our systems, I think more and more people will sort of gravitate towards that sort of understanding, or at least be willing to explore it, not just shut it off, saying this sounds just too far-fetched and I can't entertain it at all. Just tell me the score of the last football game and we'll be fine. So I think there's an enlightenment happening across the board. And of course, this, as he said, we're not teaching for the man, we're teaching for the universe. And the universe is also being, in a way, educated or enlightened to a different level of understanding. Even though they're quite far advanced from us, they still need the enlightenment, I believe, to get to the next step. So thank you all for being here today. Thank you, Alex, again for presenting, and wishing everyone have an amazing rest of your day. And we'll see you perhaps in one of the next sessions of the Keshe Foundation. And hopefully Mr. Keshe will make a different presentation. I'm not sure on what he was going to present at this psychiatric conference or psychotherapy, in a way, conference. I thought this was going to be very, very instructive for all those that participated. He said there was going to be about 2,500 leading people there, probably from around the world, or at least tuning in. But there's no problem. There's a reason for it, and the next one will be bigger and better. So I think we're well in hand, although we're not out of the woods yet. So we all need to hang in there and continue exploring, understanding, and sharing the knowledge with those who have no clue that we're about to, or the fun is just about to begin. So thank you all, and I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Anyone else with any other thoughts or comments they'd like to share? Okay, I'm going to play the final disclaimer. Meeting will come to an end. Have an amazing rest of your days.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.